But when we came to 2020 and the reworking of the Magna Charta document, you can discern a shift there, away from declaration towards application. In other words, taking the proclamation of the 1988 document and imagining the way in which it can be put to work and should be put to work in universities, how values, academic values should operate in these institutions. I find it very interesting that now, as we gather in 2025, 5 years on from MCU 2020, I would say there is, in many parts of the world, a crisis in academic values, a great deal of conflict and debate around the issue of academic integrity and institutional autonomy and the other values laid out in the Magna Carta Declaration. So it is, I think, very appropriate that we gather today. We will hear from David about the ongoing strategy of the MCO, and then we'll be able to talk about some of the ways in which that movement from the proclamation of values to the application of them is playing out in research, in the Living Values Project, in building the capacity for leadership in future generations. So I'll hand over to the Secretary General, David Locke.
Thank you very much indeed, Patrick. And I'm just concerned that these slides are not advancing.
You may be pointing it in the wrong way. Yeah. Maybe it goes over there, do you think? In which case I'll get out of your way.
Would it be easier if I came over there and pressed buttons?
I can look.
She can do it for you.
She can do it, all right. Okay. Welcome, everybody, and lovely to see you. What I intend to do in the next 20 minutes is just to give you an overview of how things are with Magna Carta, the developments that we have done, and to share with you some opportunities to engage with us. So could I have the next slide, please? Now, for those of you who prefer diagrams, Patrick has mentioned the original signing of the Magna Carta back in 1988, when 388 rectors from around the world turned up in one of the squares in Bologna and signed the Magna Carta Universitata. Nothing then happened until 2000, when the Magna Carta Observatory was signed. And then the boxes beneath that show a number of things that have happened since. In every year, the Magna Carta Observatory has held an anniversary, has produced reports, and has done things like that. But we reached a point in about 2015 where it was very clear that just standing up and proclaiming the values was not enough. And the focus of the Magna Carta Observatory moved to how the values might be applied by universities. And hence, on the left of that diagram, the Living Values Project, which is now used around the world, and about which there will be a session later this afternoon. Also, around about 2016, there was a view that although the original Magna Carta was a very good document and had stood the test of time, the world had changed. And so consequently, we liaised with signatories, and in 2020, Magna Carta 2020 took over from the original document. And this morning, a group of us have been meeting as the research committee because we are overseeing a project called the Responsive and Responsible University Research Project, more of which follows this session. And that is looking in particular at how universities are developing reliable contracts with civil society. Now, all of this has been set out in 3 strategies. We're now on the 3rd one, which runs from 2025 to 2030. Next, please. Now, these are just some headlines about what has been achieved. And I will pause here because on Thursday, the 1000th university will sign the Magna Charta. I'm afraid my number up there, 1012, is just slightly wrong because one of those who was due to sign has not been able to get a visa in time, but we are still comfortably over the 1,000. All right. We have established a group of ambassadors, and I'm delighted to welcome a number of them who are in the room. We don't pay them anything, but they volunteer their services. They are our eyes and ears. They help universities, and they are enormously valuable to us. And this is just an opportunity to say thank you to all of them for what they do. I've mentioned the Living Values project. I will also just headline at this stage that we developed an essay competition, which we ran for the 3rd time this year, and we have one of the winners from last year who will speak to us later on this afternoon. We work behind the scenes in lots of ways, and it was with enormous pleasure that the European Higher Education Area communiqué from Tirana last year started with a statement of values. I know that 2 of the people in this room were very much behind that communiqué, and the values do indeed line up very tightly with those of the Magna Charta. We are increasingly invited to make presentations on values. We really welcome that because that gets the Magna Charta message out there. I'll just, so as not to duplicate, we're very pleased to have a protocol with the University of Bologna, which enables us to think a number of years ahead in putting projects together. And the last thing I will say here is that in 2022, at the equivalent of this event, Roman Grinek, a rector from Ukraine, came, and it was one of the biggest ovations that I can remember at a Magna Charta event. And the importance of Magna Charta values to universities in Ukraine in the situation that they are in at the moment is just huge. And we engaged with them. We went to Poland the following year, and a number of rectors from Ukraine came, and we now enjoy huge support from that part of the world. Our strategy for 2025 is we want to strengthen the network of signatory universities. I will share a couple of examples in a little while, but our strength is in what you do and what you enable us to do, and we want to do that more. We want you to share things on our web, share your successes, share how values are enabling you to make a difference. You'll hear about our research work later, and you'll hear about some aspirations that we've got for engaging with current students. Now, for those who like pictures, that is a picture of our strategy for the next 5 years. Bologna remains very much at our centre, but as each of our areas of projects grow, we are looking to engage with other universities to enrich them and to enable them to have more impact. Now, you will hear about the Living Values project at just after 2 o'clock. You will hear about the research project following this one, and we've put our student-related activities into what we've called a next generation strand, and that will be... We have not yet decided how to progress the deepening of the autonomy and the academic freedom strands, and we will be very keen to listen to you. Now, our engagement with signatories. We hope you will express an interest in one or more of those areas of work. We know that as an observatory, we're very small. I'm half the staff, half-time, and the other half of the staff, who is also half-time, is also here. We know that we need to do better in terms of communications, and we know that many of our signatories have the capability to help us. And whether that's social media or what form it takes, it doesn't matter. And also, may I, at this point, introduce University World News. University World News has been our media partner now for 3 years, and we're delighted that they are working with us on this event as well. Patrick spoke a little bit about the state of the world, and we came to the conclusion that we needed to engage with the situation in North America. And we will be going to take part in the American Association of Colleges and Universities conference in Washington in January. And we're delighted to welcome Lynn Pasquarella to our conference today. Now, sometimes rectors will say, but how can we engage with you? So I'm going to share now just 2 examples of universities who have engaged with us this year, partly to say thank you to them and partly to maybe inspire ideas about how other universities might join with us. The first is Ilyas from Tbilisi in Georgia. That university has hosted 2 research workshops for Magna Charta, from which we have live streamed events. They have seconded a member of their staff to assist Magna Charta with its research, and Giga Zendania, who is a member of our council, chairs our research committee. And Giga can say more later, but I think there has genuinely been mutual benefit from that university engaging with us. And the second example I would like to share is the American International University in Dhaka, Bangladesh. They were successful in gaining one of the 6 places in our research project. And they wanted to share it in Bangladesh and indeed in that continent. And so they organized, largely themselves, but with a little help from us, an international symposium on and responsible university back in September. It was extremely well attended. It was attended also by figures from the national authorities, the Bangladesh Accreditation Council and the University Grants Commission. And many things have come from that. But I want to mention that we have been asked by Bangladesh to look through their higher education standards and advise on ways in which the Magna Carta might, or the values in the Magna Carta might feature more prominently in those standards. Now, Farhana is here, who organised the conference for us. Thank you for doing that, and we are really, really grateful for the impact that that has had. Now, we could not do what we do without engaging very closely with other global apex bodies in higher education. And we have some birthdays to mention as part of this. The first is the 75th anniversary of the founding of the International University Association. Formed after World War II, many members around the world, and thank you, Lidge, thank you, IAU, for always incorporating Magna Carta in your events and enabling our mission to be taken forward as well. The second birthday to mention is that of Scholars at Risk, and Rob Quinn, the founder and chief executive of Scholars at Risk, is with us today. They have had amazing impact over 25 years. They were, I think, the first organisation to have an official partnership with Magna Carta. And again, we have done things with each other, we have included each other, and I would like to think that we're both richer for that. So Rob, thank you. Thank you so much. EUA is a co-founder of the Magna Carta Observatory with the University of Bologna, and we enjoy close relations with them. Top of the middle group, WAHEN. You may not be familiar with the acronym. You probably are familiar with WAHED, which was the World Access to Higher Education Day, which is organised out of the University of West London here. And they work closely with us. Indeed, this year they sponsored part of our essay competition, taking 4 of the 5 prize winners to Cape Town, where they discussed their essays and contributed fully to that conference. And I know that those 4 essay winners are watching us online. So thank you, ladies, for all that you did in Cape Town. You'll be hearing more from the Global Student Forum this afternoon. The European Student Union have been strong supporters of us, and likewise the Association of Arab Universities, who have included us in many of their events. Our newest partner is Academics Without Borders, USF, who became a partner at the end of last year. We greatly value all that you do to help us, and thank you. Thank you also to all of our supporters and our signatories who make a voluntary donation. If you have got your binoculars and are looking at the logos there and say, my logo is not there, the answer is we have put on this slide all the logos that donors have sent us. So if you have not sent it, please do, and we will incorporate that in the documents for all of our events. We could not do what we do without your financial assistance. And as we draw to a close, I think it is appropriate for me to say some thank yous. And the first of our thanks go to the University of Bologna, a co-founder and funder, and indeed physical host of our office. Thank you to you, our signatories and our supporters, and thank you to our kindred bodies. I'd like to thank the members of the Governing Council, especially the President of the Governing Council, who probably spends more time working with us than he has, but his advice and guidance is enormously helpful. And our committee chairs too, one of whom is watching us from America, and Giga, who chairs our research committee. Thank you. I mentioned earlier on our ambassadors. They help with the Living Values Project. They represent the Magna Charta at various events when we are not able to attend ourselves. You do a great job, and thank you very much. I want to thank the judges of our essay competition. Last year, 2024, each judge read 80,000 words. That's about a thesis, a PhD thesis. And so this year, instead of working with 5 judges, we worked with 9. And the diligence, the quality of their work drew comment from the audience in Cape Town. They really did find some splendid essays and students who wrote them. A lot of people help us as volunteers, too many to name, and across our 6 research projects, we know that many members of staff are engaged. You'll hear more about that in a minute. Our administrator, Carla, thank you, Carla. You do an enormous work silently, and it's good to appreciate you. I'd like to thank King's College London, not just my colleague Livy, with whom this event has been planned, but all of the staff of King's College London who will be looking after you for the next couple of days. And if I can just pay tribute to them, this event was planned for 100 people. 218 people have registered. And with the good offices of their health and safety department, we have managed to fit you all in, even if you will be in 2 places for your reception tomorrow night, and you will be eating in 3 places after that. And I can tell you, for the ceremony in the chapel on Thursday morning, there are 250 seats in the chapel. We have counted them. There are, I think it's 216 of you, because a couple of people have gone sick. And there's a choir. It will be very cosy in the chapel. So do get there early. And can I just say thank you to everybody who has kindly agreed to speak at this event. We have a wonderful cast, and do please use the breaks to get to know them. And so just finally, it stopped working again. Right, I'll do this bit without the picture. Invitations. We'd love to engage with you more as a supporter. We'd love to engage with you as a partner in research. If you want us to come to any of your events, whether it's online or whether it's something you're doing in person, just ask. The Living Values project is up there online. Some universities value support with doing it. We're happy to support you to do that. And we'd love you to share your achievements, where values have played positively for you and how that has happened. And by sharing that, you will be inspiring others. So to all of you, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I think we're perfectly on time to move on to our first panel of the afternoon. So we'll vacate the table and I'll invite our panelists up to join the group.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Does it work? Great. Very glad to be here. Dear colleagues, we'll are opening the session on the research committee's activities. And I would like to start with the fact that Magna Charta Universitatum 2020, which renewed the foundational 1988 Declaration on University Autonomy and Academic Freedom, introduced a new principle in the text, responsibility, affirming that universities should engage with and respond to the aspirations and challenges of the world. The research committee created at the Magna Charta Observatory asked these questions. How is this principle of responsibility implemented in practice globally? And what forms of institutional behavior embody this idea of responsibility? After a call for proposals and working with 6 project teams from different parts of the world, we have drawn some conclusions. But first, we should clear a misunderstanding which often arises. Responsibility and freedom are not thought in opposition here. Talking about university responsibility is not to be understood as a substitute for talking about academic freedom and institutional autonomy. How could we even suggest such an opposition, especially in a year that, according to all international assessments, has been a particularly difficult one for academic freedom worldwide. We see it in my own home country of Georgia, where universities and academics have faced immense political pressure. Many other countries have witnessed increased political and regulatory interference, restrictions on institutional autonomy, growing hostility towards open inquiry. And we are witnessing a global assault on the autonomy of institutions and thought, reminding us that freedom is never guaranteed. Thus, responsibility should in no way be considered as an external constraint imposed by government or society. Rather, it is the internal and voluntary expression of a university's autonomy. A responsible university is the one that exercises its freedom deliberately and responsibly, applying knowledge, expertise, and values to serve the public interest. In this understanding, academic responsibility represents autonomy in practice. Our project chronicled how universities, from Ukraine to Ireland, from Bangladesh to Lithuania, are grappling with their role in society. Out of the 6 projects we have been collaborating on, 3 cases illustrate responses to acute crisis. Vasilstus Donetsk National University in Ukraine, which maintained its academic mission after displacement by war. Wrocław Medical University in Poland, which mobilized its resources to address the refugee crisis. Mykolas Romeris University in Lithuania, which supported Ukrainian scholars and students through international cooperation. The remaining cases focus on long-term social engagement. The American International University of Bangladesh, providing higher education opportunities to the disadvantaged. Technological University Dublin, integrating community engagement into teaching and research. And the University of Tetova in North Macedonia, implementing institution-wide measures to prevent discrimination and bullying. Collectively, these examples demonstrate that social responsibility is not a peripheral activity or a matter of public relations. It is a way of organizing the entire institutions, its academic work, its relationship with the society at large. Through responsible engagement, universities demonstrate their social relevance and reinforce the legitimacy of their independence. I sometimes prefer to talk about self-responsibility instead of responsibility. It is the free, conscious, and autonomous choice of an institution to respond to the aspirations and challenges of the world. A truly free university does not want to be told to act. It chooses to act because its values compelled it to. So what did this self-responsibility look like in our findings? Well, some of our projects, as I mentioned, were shaped by the literal war on education. One of our cases, Donetsk National University was forced to flee the campus in 2014 and became a university in exile. And when the professors are displaced and the students are forced to learn in shelters, the fight for its very existence becomes its ultimate act of responsibility. That university, defending its freedom, continues to serve its society, preserves its culture, and builds a future. We saw self-responsibility in 2 distinct forms. First was the crisis-driven responses. When the war in Ukraine broke out, Mykolas Romeris University in Lithuania and Wrocław Medical University in Poland did not start an infinite conversation, they acted. They opened their doors, shared their infrastructure, and provided a safe haven for Ukrainian academics and students. This was not a duty handed down by a government, it was an act of profound institutional solidarity. But second, we saw it in long-term planned engagement. We studied the American International University in Bangladesh, which is systematically working to empower women and improve housing. We looked at Technological University Dublin, which will be presented later this afternoon, which embeds community-engaged research directly into its curriculum. In both forms, the rapid crisis response and the slow, patient work of development, these universities were not sacrificing their freedom, they were making use of it. If I'm allowed, some conclusions which we saw emerging across these cases. First, values are decisive. Universities that articulate and act consistently upon their values are better equipped to respond to crises and to sustain meaningful engagement. Second, partnership is essential. Genuine responsibility requires cooperation with local communities, civil society actors, and, if willing, public authorities. Third, institutional adaptation is necessary. Assuming social responsibility often reshapes leadership structures, management practices, and the culture of academic work. And finally, the balance. Excessive bureaucratization can stifle initiative, while insufficient structure leads to fragmentation. Successful institutions find equilibrium between coordination and autonomy. Motivations differ, ranging from moral conviction to strategic necessity, but in all cases, the decisive factor is that the initiative originates with the university itself. In a world facing democratic backsliding and violent conflict, for a university to take on responsibility is an expression of freedom, to engage with the world's most complex problems, to speak truth, and to serve our communities. It is what we are for. My thanks go to the research committee members, Chris Brink, John Davis, Chanita Rux-Bolmuang, and Marcin Balis, as well as to the observatory ambassadors to the projects, Ivan Pacheco and Eli Ricci, and of course to the project team members, two of which will present their results today. Thank you very much. And I'm handing now the floor to John Davis, who is editing the volume with the results of these research projects, and the volume will appear somewhere next year, I suppose.
Yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues. Very nice to see you all assembled here for what will be a splendid meeting. I would like to unpick some of the assumptions underlying the research project, if I may, and to give you an idea of where we've got and the sort of direction in which we're going, particularly in terms of dissemination later on. So, can we have the next one, please? Okay, well, the first thing I think I'd like to say is that the project is very much an action project. Hopefully it's scholastically very sound, conceptually very sound as well. But it's an action project, and we're looking at 6 cases of things which are actually happening on the ground in different settings, in relation to different opportunities and different challenges in these domains of responsibility, which is why we do something and what we are doing, and responsiveness, which is how we do it. And I think it's important to differentiate between those two different things. So whereas I think we've got a period in which the actual research was taking place, which is roughly September 23rd to 23 rather, to June 25, the action itself happened before, happened during, and is still going on. So it's not an artificial project from that point of view. It's something which is alive, and that's really quite important. The second thing, I think, to bear in mind is that what we asked the various excellent authors and teams in the universities to do was to cover a number of different headings so we could achieve some comparative basis between the 6 studies. And these include things like the origins and driving forces for the initiatives. Why did he want to do it? It may have been very much due to values and informed by that, but there's a lot of other factors involved as well. We need to figure out, of course, who the partners of the universities were, who are the beneficiaries of projects, quite apart from universities, and what are the dynamics of those relationships, because it's a very tricky business putting together a group of people from all sorts of different expectations to work on a common thing. We wanted, I think, to examine the content and scope of specific initiatives, which deal, of course, with different issues, as has already been mentioned. But the settings, I think, are important as well, because what we are about is to try and find out what works and what doesn't work, and whether these things are transferable from one setting to another. So in that sense, I think we've been very much concerned with trying to figure out what are the critical success factors which universities have found to be important when they're addressing these things. And the final thing, I think, which we are by no means certain about or clear about yet, is what the impact of these cases has been. And this is the difference between a nice scholarly intellectual activity culminating maybe a PhD and a piece of action research which is designed to produce benefits of one type or another. Some of these are too early to say, but we're going to keep the process of inquiry going on. Now, the next thing I think to say is that we wanted the authors and the universities concerned to be very self-critical. We can only learn about what good practice is if we prepare to admit that there's bad practice as well. And this is, I think, asking a lot of institutions. But we want to evaluate the effectiveness of these various approaches in terms of things like crisis management. What works there? Does it work here? And so on and so forth. And the point, of course, is that this work has got audiences. That's the point. And as far as our audiences are concerned, of course, they're obviously the partner universities anyway who are in the project. But there's universities at various levels throughout the membership of MCO and beyond that. We've got different societal partners. We've got people in society who use the service, people who may be patrons of the service, people who may be funders of what we are doing, and people who are policy makers at a much broader national level as well. And they've got interests, I think, in terms of what this social responsibility means in actual practice. And of course, we've got the academic research community, which hopefully is going to be interested if what we produce is good. So the point to think about our audiences is that we've said, well, we want to construct the project in a way which is going to inform them of really good things which are going on. It's going to brief them on how these things were done. It's going to offer honest practical insights. And we would very much hope that these cases which we produce are going to inspire as well. And there's quite a lot of evidence, from the presentations to date that the inspiration has taken place. So we've done a great deal of work. We've put a whole lot of stuff together. We've got an embryonic book which is all ready. So roughly the content of the outcomes, if you like, will be something like this. As you'd expect, we're going to have a part one which explains, where we came from, the origins, how we designed it. Part two is really giving us a conceptual framework to underpin the study. So we're not just collecting information in any old way which suits us. We're trying to do it in a coherent, comparative way so we can draw comparative conclusions. But within the context, as has been mentioned, of the self-responsibility of the university, and here on my right is the gentleman who produced that chapter, and the idea of academic responsibility as distinct from academic freedom, which our colleague Chris Brink produced for us. And these are really very important in terms of providing us with a solid intellectual base. Now, part three is basically the cases themselves. And I won't go into these in any detail because my colleagues already mentioned these. But they are essentially responses to identified needs of different types. And we have, of course, got the universities mentioned there. So we could have the other one as well. That's right. And the other point I think I mentioned at the bottom of this slide is that we've got a very interesting chapter on the role of Latin American universities in societal development as well, which is very much a cross-national initiative. So there's a huge amount of evidence which is in the cases which I think are very readable, very analytical, and so forth. But in part 4, what we're trying to do is then to interpret, to synthesize, and to produce some general learnings which rise above the specific settings. And the idea of this, if you like, is that there should be some sort of means by which we can use other people's experiences, use their expertise, and so on. So what we've done in part 4 is to identify about 10 overarching themes and draw evidence from all the cases which give us clues as to good practice or bad practice or things which didn't work as well as they might have done in all these areas. And these would include things, for example, like the role of the rector. They would include the tricky political issues in achieving partnerships with people who speak different languages to us, technical languages, that is. They would include things like how far the human resource management function in a university is a facilitator or a barrier as far as this agenda is concerned, and so on and so forth. And then I think finally some broad conclusions and reflections. So you can see there's a great deal of information we've already got, and we're now in the process of putting the whole lot together, and we're nearly there as far as that's concerned. So we come to the next, last point, I think, which is the dissemination of project findings. For MCO, it's absolutely critical that what we find out in these 6 cases and associated analyses is disseminated, because we've got audiences which really would very much like to know, because they are embarking on similar challenges either at the current time or maybe in the future as well. David's already mentioned some of these dissemination mechanisms, like the regional workshops in Japan and in Dhaka as well. We've also had mention of the MCO conferences in Georgia, and of course this meeting which we're engaged in at the moment. And we've also got a series of various ad hoc workshops which have been run institutionally for particular needs, nationally or internationally, using case presentations as evidence of good practice. So each case has got a life of its own, apart from being part of a greater body of knowledge. And I think that's important, because what we will, I think, be thinking of doing is how we can also convert these cases so that they can be used very much in terms of training exercises within university settings, locally and regionally. So all these things are certainly going to be ongoing. Then we come to the next one, I think, which is the possibility of going online. And there's 2 dimensions to this. One is going to be what you might call a repository, if you like, an interactive resource base, which is going to encapsulate existing and evolving case evidence, will attract any future cases on similar topics as they emerge. It's going to be open so that people can add commentaries to what they see and therefore push the discussion along a lot further. And of course they might include further iterations of the cycles of this project as well. And this is what we mean, I think, by the fact that it should be a living project. It should be flexible, it should be interactive, it should allow our understanding of practices to evolve in different settings. But then the final thing is to look towards the possibility of a conventional open access book, a conventional open access book. Now, what this is going to do is to take all the content which I outlined originally and see if we can work out, in fact we're nearly there, a very coherent contribution to knowledge generally. And this, I think, is probably one of the next things we've now got to do. And the point being, of course, that this is simply one of the means of dissemination. For a project like this, it's important to have a lot of mechanisms for dissemination, because it's a project which deserves to be disseminated. And our authors and universities have done some incredible work in terms of not only writing the thing, but also activating their communities. It's dead easy to write something. Which is much more difficult is to activate local communities, get buy-in and get movement on the ground. And this is the sort of tribute, I think, to our universities, is that they've achieved a lot of change on the ground. And we can't ask for much more than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And now we have two case studies presented by the team leaders, so to say. First is Ilya Khadjinov from Donetsk National University, Ukraine. So.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And could I get the presenter, please?
Absolutely. Here you are.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I would like to present the results of our research team. The heading you can see in this slide, and here it is, the team of our project from our university, and the main social challenge faced by our university and its academic community, it's related to the consequences of the military aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine and occupation of the territories. There the universities functioned, in particular some parts of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv regions, and also the Crimea. The full-scale invasion in 2022 further worsened the situation. You can see on this slide the statistics concerning how the educational system of Ukraine was suffered from the aggression, that more than 3,800 educational institutions had been damaged, and more than 300 were destroyed. And also I would like to say the words of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. While the Ukrainian educational system suffered its most devastating losses, with the start of the full-scale invasion, the process of its destruction actually began back in 2014, following Russia's attack on Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk regions. It was during that time that 18 state-owned and 1 private university were forced to relocate. Vasily Stus Donetsk National University was the trailblazer, being the very first university to initiate its move. We essentially kicked off this whole process. This fact was acknowledged by the Atlantic Council, which honored the university with the Freedom Award. As of today, a total of 44 universities have been eternally displaced within the Ukraine. On the one hand, the relocation of universities has provided an opportunity for academic community and young people to continue working and studying on the territory controlled by the Ukrainian government. On the other hand, loss of physical infrastructure, housing for employees and teachers, student dormitories, staff potential, deterioration of the financial capacities of universities and their employers, destruction of ties with local stakeholders, etc. An additional social challenge after the beginning of the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine was the significant outflow of highly professional scientific and pedagogical staff abroad, as well as lack of motivation among employees due to the general state of confusion, helplessness, and long-term stress caused by the war. All these points are typical for all displaced universities. Before we proceed with the analysis of our case, it's essential to emphasize a critical philosophical component. War is the worst thing that can happen to a person. However, in these circumstances, the greatest mistake an individual or an institution can make is to adopt a victim mentality and shift responsibility to others. The ability to preserve and develop despite the war is a result of collective societal struggle. Analyzing the case of Donetsk National University, the process of restoring the university activities includes several important components. In the context of displacement, human capital is still central to the university's functioning, making its retention a top priority for management. This study identifies the twin issues of qualified staff turnover and psychological stress as the main threats facing the higher education system. Nevertheless, 78% of respondents from displaced universities exhibit strong organizational loyalty. The enduring commitment indicates that with the proper support, displaced institution can retain intellectual capital and sustain research and teaching quality. Universities are projected to remain co-drivers in rebuilding the country's human capital through post-war educational programs. Transformation of university missions. Our university and similar institutions have redefined their missions around post-conflict recovery and social resilience. The creation of 5 new programs in 2022, such as management of post-conflict territories and rehabilitation psychology in emergency situations, illustrates a shift towards applied education for national reconstruction. These initiatives are expected to train professionals for infrastructure restoration, psychological rehabilitation, and community rebuilding. Motivated and organizational implications. The 2024 survey of 121 faculty members under the Magna Charta Observatory project revealed key motivators: personal and social responsibility, self-development, and institutional loyalty. Barriers include psychological exhaustion, lack of time, limited financial resources, and scarce training opportunities. Anticipated impact. Implementing a systematic motivation management model, integrating financial, psychological, and professional incentives will stabilize employment, enhance performance, and reduce academic brain drain. Psychological and social impact. Universities play a vital role in psychological resilience and community cohesion. Displaced institutions are anticipated to act as centers for trauma recovery, volunteer coordination, and civic education, thus implying their social responsibility function. Also, its institutional and strategic impacts. As a result of the combination of all these factors, we got the third mission of the university's activities as such, which becomes the foundation for the development of the university. In practical terms, this is expressed in the combination of the needs of the university, the human capital of the university, and the needs of society as a whole and each individual stakeholder. Also, you can see the recommended framework for the staff motivation management process in the university. The proposed motivated management framework serves as a model for crisis era in university management, emphasizing fair compensation and flexible incentives, safety and welfare under martial law, personalized motivation and inclusive governance. Anticipated outcomes include strengthened organizational culture and trust, improved faculty engagement, currently 78%, with high engagement, greater alignment between individual goals and institutional strategy, broader social impact, reinforcement of natural identity and unity, post-war recovery leadership, international integration, and as a conclusion, the staff motivation system in higher education institution, especially in the displaced one, is not only a tool for increasing academic productivity and strengthening the institution ranking position, but when they're properly designed, can also become an effective mechanism for implementing the university's social responsibility toward its students, employees, and society as a whole. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. And the last presentation of this session is by Mary Deasy from Dublin Technological University.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Mary Deasy, and I am going to present to you today our case study. Unfortunately, Catherine Bates was unable to travel. She's recovering from a short illness. Which is this one?
No. These one.
This one, okay. I'm going to kind of talk to you today about community engaged research and learning, which we have found to be a dynamic mechanism for engaging with community partners in our region. And what we have defined community engaged research as is as follows. It's on the slide, I won't read it out. But back in 2008, a programme started in our institution to look at embedding community engaged research and learning into the curriculum. At the Institute at the time, what we have done since is we have become a university through the merger of three institutes of technology to come together to form Technological University Dublin in 2019. But this programme started back in 2008 in the old Dublin Institute of Technology, which has its campuses in areas of severe social disadvantage in Dublin City. Originally, it was meant to try and encourage people back, people from these communities to come to do third level education, but it became a lot more. Funding was secured from the Higher Education Authority Strategic Innovation Fund at the time for 3 years to set up a support unit within the Institute at the time, which had one staff member, and then through EU funding mechanisms and calls, this expanded up to about 2.6 persons over the duration of the programme. So it involved actually students working with community partners, not for them, in co-designing projects in their final year of their programme, supervised by academic staff. And there's some statistics there on the slide as well for you to see. So these projects were completely drawn from the community partners' ideas and responding to their needs. So before I move on to the next slide, just to put in context why it is that we actually did get involved in this project in the first place, was because in 2019, when we became a university, this programme, the Students Learning with Communities programme, which had been really, really successful, it wasn't quite mainstreamed, but it was being supported within the structures of the old DIT, but it was at an inflection point. So it was difficult to know whether this was going to survive or not. So for the next 3 years, we were going through an organisational redesign for a new university structure. And these universities were new to Ireland. They were set up through the Technological Universities Act of 2018. And part of the remit was to respond and serve local communities as well as industry within the regions in which they exist. And there's 5 of them currently in Ireland. So at this point in time, there was kind of a bit of a pause in kind of how things were progressing with this programme. The EU funding was beginning to come to a conclusion as well as the new structures were being set up. So in 2022, as these structures were being set up, it wasn't clear where this would be housed, if at all. So it was around that time that our university signed up to Magna Charta, and it was a really good opportunity for us to get involved in doing an evaluation, basically, of how this could be continued on in the new university. So just to give you just a snapshot of what students learning with community functions were, it was about connecting staff with community partners and vice versa, assisting them to get projects off the ground, which were embedded in the curriculum, which could be assessed. In Ireland, our Quality Assurance Association has 10 descriptors, generic descriptors around knowledge, skills and competence. So the competence insight one was probably the best one. So it was easy from that point of view then to embed these and write learning outcomes into some of the modules to facilitate this. Also, there were networks set up, there was lots of support provided, and numerous publications came out of this, which spawned other funded projects to keep the unit going. So our MCU project then, I suppose, focused on an evaluation of this programme, and we had a two-pronged approach to the data gathering. We got an external evaluation carried out where they ran focus groups and interviews with the community partners who had been involved and the academic staff and support staff as well. And we also did a reflection as well as to how we could actually encourage more engaged research at postgraduate level to take place as well. We then worked under the excellent mentorship of Professor John Davies in actually coming up and designing a framework that actually could be used, which was underscored by civic engagement, change leadership, and also how to build trust and relationships. So that allowed us then to actually come up with a conceptual framework that we were able to use then to analyse the information. We focused on the outcomes, the impact and the consequences of the initiative, and they're described in the case study. And then something that John was really, really keen that we would do, what worked well and what didn't work well, just like you did. So, something as simple as, a lack of space and physical kind of space and collaborative space would be one thing maybe that wasn't really, that we didn't have. Sometimes the balance between the doing and the communicating kind of was something, but it's all detailed in the case study. Some good things, we did set up advisory boards with community partners involved in that, and it also empowered the communities to go on and actually think about doing other research as well with our support, because the toolkits and resources that were developed were not just for the university staff, but they were also for the community partners as well. So we did an analysis, and then we actually drew up some conclusions and made some recommendations as well. So just to come to the outcome and the impact highlights, I suppose, if you can see there, I can't really see. I'm going to have to move the microphone. So the quality of the student experience clearly was something that enhanced the graduate attributes of the students, and it was embedded in the curriculum. It augmented the community partners, as I said, so that they could actually then consider developing their own research questions with our support and input. And for community partners, they were actually very keen to point out that the student perspective was really important to bring to their issue or to their challenge as well. So these are just two examples, and these slides, I guess, will be circulated at some stage, so you don't need to read them now. But there was a community electrical recycling group. Actually, the business students worked with them in designing I suppose, a business case that would allow them to improve their processing for dismantling electrical equipment, and subsequently they were able to then go and apply for funding themselves without our university's involvement to continue this work. And St. John of God's is a community service provider for mental health in adults and children and people with learning disabilities. So they came in and they worked in co-designed apps with the final year computer science students so that they could actually use. And they actually, separately then, they won an award for the toolkit that they subsequently discovered. So, it reached beyond the university as well, and it wasn't, it made the community partners more independent. So there's a lot in the case study, and I'm not going to discuss it now, but when it's published you will see. But the demonstrated impacts were, I suppose, that we generated, and we still do, socially conscious graduates in practice rather than somebody telling them how this might happen if they were out in the community, because they had to work with the community partners, communicate with them in a common language that was understandable to everybody, and they had to kind of, also, to present back then the findings to the community partners as well. So it was more than an academic exercise for them. As I said, the community partners gained practical outputs. They were empowered then to do some research themselves. It did enhance our culture of collaboration within the university and with community groups. There was international reach with publications, follow-on EU funding, and most recently, Catherine is involved in one that has been funded recently called Togetherness with university coordinators in Belgium and Italy to develop a community-engaged module for undergraduate and for PhD students as well. And it also, this was also around, kind of 2017 when the SDGs came into being from the United Nations. Then that has also kind of reinforced what we have done, and it also kind of allows us to measure it against different pillars as well, as you can see. So there is, of course, potential for societal, additional societal impact as well. We have, I suppose, proposed a model that universities can actually use. It does transform the student learning because it makes them more adaptable and they're better civic-minded having put this into practice. In terms of policy and structural influence, the findings and recommendations can be used, hopefully, to try and kind of improve things and augment policies internationally. We definitely have found that the communities are much more resilient and more confident about doing research and communicating and coming into the universities. And also, I suppose, collectively then, the more universities that work in this field, the greater the opportunity that these findings, along with from people, other universities maybe across the globe that you're working in, to lead and inform networks of practice internationally and support the work of the Magna Charta Observatory. So I suppose from TU Dublin's perspective, this was a really useful exercise, and we were really delighted to have been accepted to do this project, because it kept that sense of urgency alive within TU Dublin to continue this activity and programme. So the way it has actually worked out now is that the community engaged research side is housed within the research and innovation service area. And then we have the Students Learning with Communities programme is embedded in the Sustainability Action Lab. So, and this really, that sense of urgency just didn't come from those of us on the project and the head of societal engagement and myself as head of the Research Engagement and Impact Office, but also from the academics, because they really wanted it back. There was a couple of years when it wasn't running, and they really are delighted that it actually has been continued. So I suppose that's kind of key, going forward, is that it's important to lay good foundations and kind of have a coalition of the willing that allows you then to try and encourage this activity, to get cross-leadership teams together, and then to kind of look at exemplars and progress that, and then look at a route to implementation. It's never easy in a university from a financial perspective and sometimes the organizational structure, but it is maybe possible to actually anchor and sustain these activities into the future by maybe having a more flexible approach within the system, and obviously using a risk management approach to guide all of this. Because it is such a valuable activity, really, for any university. So from our point of view, we do believe that it is a structured and value-driven approach for mutual benefit, to be honest. If you want to scan that QR code or download that YouTube video, this is just a short 3-minute video from the community partners' perspective. We also have a few others on YouTube from the academic side and the student perspective. And I just want to finish up with some acknowledgements. Obviously, the Magna Carta Observatory for hosting us today, and in particular the Research Committee for putting faith in us to do this project, Professor John Davies for his very focused and passionate approach to the kind of how this case study would be delivered, and for his time, his absolute kind of a lot of time that he spent with us one terribly wet summer's day in Dublin, and I really have to thank him for that, and so does Catherine, and also for his patience in reading about 5 different drafts of the case study. Anyway, so also our external evaluators from the Centre for Education, Quality and Inspection from Dublin City University, for the community partners and the academics who took part in all of the focus groups and interviews, and to Dr. Brendan Jennings, who has recently vacated his role as Vice President for R&I within the university, for funding my time and Catherine's time, and also for funding the evaluation from the overarching R&I budgets. Helena Fitzgerald, who is the new head of societal engagement, who we work very closely with now because she's heading up the Sustainability Action Lab. Her inputs were invaluable. Dr. Gordon Cook on our team as well from the impact side of things, and also the recently established TU Dublin Research Engagement Advisory Committee, which has internal colleagues from all areas of the university, academic and non-academic, and also external partners from community, from government, from local government, from funders, and from business and industry as well to advise the way forward. So that's really it. So if you want to find out more about us, you can scan those QR codes, and just want to say thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Just to show, these are just some nice photos, and if anyone is keen to know the types of partners we have collaborated with in the past and currently are collaborating with, they're in the very last slide. So thank you very much.
So I'm sure that during the coffee break there will be ample time to ask questions to our wonderful projects team leaders. And now I hand the floor back to David, who has been invaluable in his support of the activities of research committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Is there somebody in high authority who can open a window?
I don't know whether these windows have to try some more shade. Dribbling everywhere.
The engineers are just being brought in. In the hope that windows are indeed being opened, can I just say thank you, Giga, for that session, and thank you, presenters. And I think that gave a very broad perspective of that bit of Magna Carta which talks about engaging with your communities. And I wish everybody success with their research. And now we come back to focus on the values, and I'm not alone in doing this, so let me ask my colleagues to introduce themselves first. Lorna.
Right, I'm Lorna McCullough and I come from the Durban University of Technology in hopefully a sunny South Africa. I'm not too sure at the moment. You know, we are La Nina bound. And yeah, we'll tell you a lot more about the university shortly.
Thank you very much. Nigel?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nigel Harkness, and I'm Deputy Vice-Chancellor at Newcastle University in the UK.
And Karen?
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Karen McDowell, and I'm Head of Organisational Development at Newcastle University.
Lovely. They'll be doing most of this session. I'll just be doing introductions. And the first introduction is to the Living Values Project itself. You heard from the first presentation that the Magna Charta Council took a view that it was no longer just sufficient to stand up and proclaim the values. We had to focus much more on how those values were being put into practice. And it was a 2-year process, but don't worry, I'm not going to take 2 years to tell you about it, of coming up with what we have called the Living Values Project. Now, its name is quite deliberate. And the double entendre, living values, in the sense that they are values that are alive today, and living in the sense that we are putting them into practice today. And that is where that title came from. And we're also aware that we have 94, or we have signatories from 94 different countries. And values vary. Values are very cultural, vary in different countries around the world. So our most recent president, Sybolt Norder, and I and one or two others, used the opportunity of a number of conferences around the world to delve deep into what the values were in those parts of the world, so that we could indeed consider them as part of this project. And we had a small working group, although I'm not sure where the definition of small begins, about 10, 12 people, who put this project together. And it took us about 2 years. And then, having put it together, we wanted to know that it worked. And I am very grateful to the universities named on that map who agreed to be pilot sites. It's a bit like, there was a wonderful advertisement a few years ago about people building a plane while that plane was flying. And that's not a bad analogy for where we were with the Living Values Project with that time. And people from those universities fed into the process, and that has enabled us to refine it. The objectives of the process were to help universities ensure that the values they espouse reflect the institution's mission and community, that staff, students and stakeholders have been effectively engaged in defining these values, and the members of the institution are able to articulate them successfully. Now, that may sound incredibly simple, and in a sense it is, but it was not being generally done around the world. And there are huge risks when a university does not live by its values, and when the media picks that up. Because what's the most precious thing a university has? It is its reputation. And its reputation based on values. So, how could we best go about helping universities to achieve those objectives? Well, we're only a small organisation, as I mentioned earlier on. We wanted to do something that was accessible to all universities, including the 21,000 universities in the world that are not signatories of the Magna Charta. So we wanted something that would be open to all. We wanted it to be web-based, and we wanted to be able to provide additional support. And we wanted it to be developmental, and we, as the Magna Charta, wanted to continue to learn from how it was put into practice. Now, there is online prospectus, there are guidelines, and the pilot universities were remarkably generous in sharing their experience of doing this, what worked, what didn't, and so on. And there's quite a lot of that at the back of the website about Magna Charta. So, stages of the process. You've got them up there, and I see some of you taking pictures. You're very welcome to do that, but we are going to put all of the presentations up online so you can use them, all right? Now, there are 7 things there. Initiation, identification of a map of values, defining how selected values manifest in practice, and the other 4, which I won't read out because I want to give time to our presenters. Now, it's not necessary for universities to start at step 1 and go all the way through. What we found was that universities have very different motives for wanting to get involved in this project. Some are in trouble. There's a lot of disagreement between staff and management, staff and departments, and so on. And some of the pilots, they actually took discussions back to values to find a basis for going forwards. So it really depends on, there were other reasons for doing it as well, but it depends on the case of each university where it is sensible to start. But what I would say, it's not a journey from the top to bottom and that's finished. It's very useful to loop back and to evaluate and to reflect. Now, as my colleagues will tell me, I can go on all day about this, but rest assured I will not. What are the benefits of the project? Well, again, they depend on the starting position. One of the original universities, the government had lost confidence in the university because they claimed that the graduates coming out of the university didn't have the right sort of values. And they used this project to engage with government, to work it through, and they made a number of very straightforward changes. And that's about being explicit about the values, building the values into staff and student inductions, doing things like that. And the very happy outcome is that the government is now happy with the university and is doing well, and many more details are at the back of our website. All right. Ultimately, the benefits should be improved performance of the universities, better relationships with stakeholders, with students, more engagement of staff and students, more commitment to the purpose and the values of the university. And that we have certainly seen. Now, that is probably not sufficient by way of introduction, but I'll come back to anything else that needs to be said at the end. The life of a Secretary-General is one that's full of surprises. And one of the surprises I had was University, Durban, contacted me about the Living Values Project. And I looked down the list and they weren't signatories. But they had found this project online and through a couple of our ambassadors had quietly gone about implementing it. And Lorna, you'll tell us the story.
Right, thank you very much for this absolutely awesome opportunity. And yes, we were a non-signatory university that just adopted the Living Values Project and ran with it, with a lot of help from amazing people. So just to set the scene in that, we are obviously in South Africa, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The Durban University of Technology, and like a lot of the universities in Ireland, we were the Durban Institute of Technology and then became a university. We have approximately 36,000 students, just over 2,000 staff members, and 6 faculties. Applied science, applied health, health sciences, engineering, arts and design, which also is a school of education, accounting and informatics, management sciences, and I've left one out. I'll think about it later. Okay, so yeah, and so basically what happened was our Vice Chancellor pulled a group of 10 people together just from different areas of the university to create our new strategic plan, so-called Envision 2030. And it was 10 people, very eclectic, very maverick bunch of us, and we're not sure how we got pulled into the group, but we were, and it worked really well. And he gave us one directive. He wanted strategy on a page. Also, we, instead of sitting with the standard 5-year plan, we adopted an 11-year plan, which was quite a stretch target in that. And he had come across the Living Values Project already in 2014. And because of state capture and fraud and corruption being pretty much part of the South African culture, and universities supposed to be making the change, we decided that we really needed a strategy that was values-driven, values-led, values-inspired, and all those kind of things. So the Living Values Project became a real focus point for us. We were then very, very lucky to meet someone who knew Professor Eva Egrom-Pollock, and she spent and gave us the time to introduce the whole concept of the Magna Charta Observatory and the Magna Charta Universitatum and the Living Values Project for us, and we then progressed from that point. We were very, very focused. So guys, that's what our plan looks like. And I'm not going to talk too much about the plan because it's strategy on a page, but there is probably 4 PhDs behind strategy on a page. But if any of you would like to engage with our strategy on a page, both my colleagues are here, Dr. Beamson and Professor Nemavola, we will be delighted to engage with you and explain our rather radical, different, upended and transformed plan. But you'll see at the bottom it's based on DNA, and DNA what makes us different. And you'll see our DNA goes right up the whole plan. And the telomeres that hold our 2 DNA strands together are our values. And of course, our values and our institutional culture are 100% intertwined. You know, our culture is dependent on us getting that whole value system and the values and those kind of things right. So that is our strategy. We did take this to a number of universities around the world and we said, yes, our strategy. And some of them said, good start. We're like, no, that is our strategy. You know, that's what it looks like. But yeah, anyone who wants to talk about it, we will talk about it a bit later. So as I said, we were very lucky to know someone who knew someone, and Eva Egrom-Pollock came aboard, gave us so much information, and we started then really investigating all the pilot universities and doing research on all the pilot universities. And we zeroed in on 3 universities: University of Stockholm, University of Tasmania, and then the Glasgow Caledonian University. And ultimately we decided that what they were doing was best fit for us. So, and then we were very, very lucky to get introduced to Professor Caroline Parker, who went beyond the call of duty to assist us. And I'm very happy, guys. I've got to tell you, I'm finally meeting my heroes in person today. It's like amazing. No, I can't wait for our breaks, kind of things. And Professor Parker actually we had a virtual launch of our Living Values framework because we were still in the whole bit of COVID place and those kind of things, and Professor Parker was the keynote speaker at that particular launch for us. And so we thought, okay, originally we were just going to borrow, being a non-signatory university, we were just going to borrow Glasgow's framework. But in true DUT, different, upended, transformed fashion, we then decided to amend the framework from the Glasgow Caledonian Society somewhat. So we ended up with a framework that looks something like this. So obviously our framework is actually 10 pages long because we chose both values, our standards, and then we chose our principles, our moral compass. So we have 5 values and we have 5 principles. So it's quite a lengthy kind of document. We also adapted the parts of the framework to include a student voice and then also to include behaviors that if you belong to any of our structures. So if you're a member of faculty boards, a member of Senate, any kind of working committee in that, there were certain behaviors that are expected of you as well. So we have 5 strands within our framework. And if you want to have a look at our framework, just ask Google, they'll find it for you. Okay, and so quite interesting the way it all went about and happened and those things. And you'll see that we have a definition, we have our behaviors, and we have an icon as well. This was 100% developed by the people for the people. Okay, 41 workshops took to deliver that framework. So no one could say management is imposing this on us. This was for the people, by the people, with the people, 100%. Even our student voice came from our students. So no one can say, I did not agree to this, or I don't agree with this, because it came directly from the people of a DUT, our so-called our people. Okay. So our implementation, we have 7 campuses, 5 campuses in Durban, 2 campuses in the capital, Pietermaritzburg. 1 campus in Durban, our main campus, has the DNA structure held together by the values and principles, and we have the same structure on our township campus in Pietermaritzburg as well, and they are favorite spots. If you have a look at our graduation photos, our students love to pose at the DNA structures with the value. Hopefully they understand they are, posing with the values and principles and all those kinds of things. So we did all that kind of stuff. We've also followed quite a lot of what the Magna Charta was doing as well, in that we have an annual student essay competition around our values. We have our students all our incoming students every year take the pledge. We have a values and principles pledge that our students take. They do poetry about it. They do rap songs. Our Dean of Students is very, very active and proactive in really getting buy-in to values and principles and things for our students. And then probably the most important aspect of the staff is our performance management is 100% aligned to our strategic plan. Because it's our plan. It's before it was a management plan, and we used to get this glossy booklet about our plans. It had a value statement on it, and if pushed, we could probably guess what the values were, because there's some obvious ones. But we used to file it in file 13 unless we needed it as lecture material, where in this case, everyone now knows the values and principles. Because there's a lot of research I've read about, your values should be internalized and they shouldn't be out there. Ours definitely started out there. Our values are on all sorts of clothing that we wear. They're on our staff cards. They're on every student card. There are banners all over the campus. They are painted on walkways. They are painted up staircases. They are in your face. There is no excuse to say, I don't know them. Okay? So yeah, they're gone far. And I say it's part of our performance, so we all have to say, this is how I'm going to do it. And then we also use a 360 evaluation. And our 360 evaluation is 100% based on our 5 values and our 5 principles. So you're judging yourself and you're getting judged by your colleagues and your leaders and all those kinds of things. So, you know, we are very, as I say, it is a values-driven, values-led plan. So we're absolutely 100% entrenched. We do values moments in meetings. We have values champions among our student body. We have values champions among our staff body, and they do values-related activities, and they basically change drivers for us as well to change the whole aspect. So people, it sounds like really amazing and wonderful and all those kinds of things. But I have to say, at this stage, we do not have 36 angelic students. 36,000 angelic students. We do not have 2,200 perfect staff members. But it is a work in progress. Now, whenever I get really, really depressed, you know, because you wander the corridors and you hear the odd incident, like, you know, someone's feeling bullied, or, you know, our students are very politicized and it's very populist politics. So we have hiccups with them along the way on, I have to admit, a less regular basis than we used to, so we are going somewhere. But life is not perfect, okay? But we're getting there. And when I'm depressed, I just go back to what Professor Parker said: culture takes time to change. And I've got to keep reminding myself. Okay, so, yeah. So, and then just lastly, because it's a strategic objective, it gets measured. So there is our measurements, and we measure on a kind of like traffic light system, where green is on track, amber is of emerging concern, and red is of concern. And we collect data from a number of points, and then it is collated, and this report comes out, and we then all sit together and decide how we are going to address the areas that are of concern, and of course how we're going to fix the ones that are definitely, you know, of emerging concern and those kind of things. And this came out last week, so it's hot off the press. I haven't asked for permission to show it. I might have to ask for forgiveness, but there it is. And it's quite interesting to track it and see what's happening over, you know, time and the years and all those kind of things. But yeah, hopefully we're not there, but we are getting there. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Lorna. We worked together on a webinar earlier this year about that. And we don't have to name names, but some very famous universities in South Africa got in contact with Lorna afterwards, and I understand that they are now implementing the Living Values project themselves. As Magna Charta, we're always looking for how we can help more. And all universities are different, obviously. And what happens after a university has been a pilot? How does it go about actually putting the Living Values project into place into their university? And Newcastle University was a part of our second wave of pilots, and it came up with this incredibly efficient and impressive leadership development program that was multi-level and values-based. And in the hope that all of you will hear it and want to copy it, I want to introduce Nigel and Karen.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Lorna, as well. I'll pick up just where you ended, actually, with that sense of culture takes time to change. Because I think what we're going to talk about is the journey that we're on through some culture change and probably leaning into a renewed focus on our values, probably picking up some of the points that have been made by previous speakers. But just to say, by way of introduction, how this started. It began under the leadership of two of our predecessors, one of whom is in the audience today, and I'm going to embarrass her briefly. Julie Sanders was one of my predecessors in the Deputy Vice-Chancellor role, and she was really involved with one of Karen's predecessors as Head of Organisational Development, with the support of the MCO and our Ambassador Agneta Blad from Sweden. And they that engagement started in 2019 under the Living Values Project with 4 main areas of focus for us as Newcastle University. Inclusive education was one, climate change was another. Working as one university across multiple campuses, with our campuses being overseas in Malaysia and Singapore, was the third project. And then the final project was Engage and Aspire. And that's where Leading Through Values came out of. It grew out of that project. And that focus, the focus of that project was on creating a culture where values and behaviours are explicitly recognised, owned, and practiced. And I suppose more specifically, what I think the team at the time really recognised was that we needed to focus on creating the tools and the skills within our leadership group, and our leadership group extending very widely across the organisation. Karen will give some numbers, but creating the tools and the skills within that leadership group to support the enhancement of our values and culture. And that's how Leading Through Values was developed. And Karen is going to say a bit more about it now.
Thank you, Nigel. Great to be here to share some of the great work that we've been doing at Newcastle. Just to pick up on what David said earlier about where universities can come into the cycle, we were in a position where we already had a set of values. We already had a set of value descriptors or behavioural standards that kind of drove those values. So our focus and our work was really on how did we bring them off the page and show them through the leadership of the university. So in 2020, we launched our in-house programme, Leading Through Values. Really important to us that it was in-house because we wanted it to be very much our colleagues talking to one another about our values, the things that made us unique at Newcastle University and what it meant to be a leader at Newcastle. So we did this for 2 reasons. One, we wanted to give leaders, very busy leaders, the time and the space to just stop, stand still, and think about the way they were leading teams and the organisation. And we also wanted to bring values to the front of people's consciousness and, really put an intentional focus on the way we used our values to lead. As we built the content of the material and thought about what needed to be in the programme and how the programme should be structured and run to create this space and a different type of learning experience for people, we kept 2 beliefs in our mind at all times. And that was that we really truly believe that having a positive culture and the right culture is the underpinning key to our success. And obviously we've been through quite a difficult year. And like Nigel said, we paid some attention to where we are culturally and what we're going to do, because we still hold on to that firm belief that if we get the culture right for people to operate in, we'll be successful. And we also believe that leaders help to shape that culture by the way they behave, the way they create the environment, the things that they pay attention to. So those 2 things really guided us as we set about creating our programme. We came up with a 3-day programme which we piloted, and it was successful. So we started it was over 2 sessions, one of 2 days, one of 1 day, and we started with our senior leadership population and our exec board and got them to come along to this event. And this is the type of topics that we covered. So we looked at what culture was, what made up an organisational culture. Often we find people talk about the culture without realising that it's them and they're part of it. So we really unpicked and explored what culture meant and what were the enablers of a great culture and engagement. And we did a series of activities like getting our leaders to go out and take photographs around the campus and what the campus represented to them, really thinking about where were we culturally as a university and what potentially were our gaps and what we needed to build to be successful. We also got people to really think about their leadership impact and the leadership that the impact that leadership has on culture and developing and living a successful culture, and helped people think about that alignment between their own values and what was important to them and the culture of our university and the values of our university. We also looked at concepts such as inclusive leadership and how do we have emotionally intelligent leaders who can really create safe and psychologically safe spaces for people to turn up every day and be afraid to, you know, make mistakes, admit mistakes, to learn and continually develop and grow. So we really brought those concepts of psychological safety into the forefront of our programme. And what we tried to do was normalise, you know, having conversations about values and feelings and the way people were responding to certain situations, and it was okay to not be okay. So we really focused on broadening emotional language and used tools and techniques like the emotional wheel to just facilitate a different type of conversation that really took holistically the whole person coming to work into account rather than just focusing on outcomes. We did want to make this very different. You know, as part of our design, we wanted to build a community. We wanted to build a safe space where leaders could come together, be vulnerable, share, you know, talk about the things that were concerning them, the things that were worrying, and have that supportive community around them to really stop and be brave enough to think about their own leadership practices and the success that they were having with them. Because of that, we wanted to bring, you know, a lot of practicality into the design of the event, as well as that space to think. So we really looked at kind of what do values mean in practice. So we presented people with quite a lot of interesting dilemmas and moral dilemmas that they had to kind of solve and unpick and make decisions using values of their own and our own kind of value framework at the university. We kind of tried new ways of having different conversations based around values. And we also looked at how do you tell stories, how do you create that narrative of the organisation linked to values and tapping in to people's values and what people thought was important. So that was how we set off on the programme. Obviously we responded to feedback along the way, and you know, we iterated the programme as we went. So what started out as a 3-day programme did change significantly. And where we got to, oh, sorry, I just forgot this slide about the action. We did, you know, create that space for people to stop and think. We wanted it to be very practical and action focused as well. So each step along the way, we really encouraged leaders to stop and think and take notes. And Nigel found his notes, didn't you, from a few years ago the other day. So really, you know, that practical, creating that reflective practice for leaders as they went. Sorry about missing that slide. But how the programme evolved, what we realised was we'd created a great brand, and people were starting to talk about leading through values, leading with values. So we wanted to keep the momentum of that brand going, but also make the programme accessible. The feedback we were getting was our leaders were quite time poor, and it was difficult for them to always make that time and space to leave their job and come to a specific event. And it was also because of the nature and the design of the event, it was really important that they were present and actually there in the learning, rather than, you know, being distracted by emails. So what we decided to do was move the content to 2 days and give that a go. We still had great success, but we decided that even so, we still wanted to try and do something more to not lose that momentum and focus on our values. So in our continuing iteration of values, what we realised as well was that different leaders coming along and different levels of experience of management leadership need a different stretch and challenge. So rather than it be a programme where we take you away specifically to talk about values, we thought about how can we potentially flip this on our head and integrate values and talking about values and values being part of the way we lead into all of the programmes we were doing, all of the leadership, bless you, all of the leadership, all of the management development programmes that we did at the university. So where we are now is we've incorporated the concepts of values-based leadership and creating psychologically safe environments into all of our leadership management development. So if you come along to any event my team run, be it an hour-long session, be it a one-day session, be it leadership management induction, we do talk about values and psychological safety and the importance the leader plays in creating that right environment for people. We've also included space for reflection, sometimes quite uncomfortable spaces for people. We've really kind of changed the way we learn, and we bring in learning into the kind of flow of work and the role that leaders do. So really creating that space for people to stop, reflect and think about their habits and their leadership practices and how successful they're serving them and what might need to change or tweak or be strengthened. And we also have really... especially during the last year with some of the challenges we've had, we've also started to think about the concept of people management as being a great underpinning part of leadership and how you can still do that through a values-based lens, and thinking about the concept of how the relationship you have as a leader or a people manager with your people really has an influence on them in that day-to-day action. So it's not just about standing on a stage at a town hall and giving that big speech. It's about those little interactions and those relationships you build every day. So that's where we are at the moment. We've really got the values and the concept of values-based leaderships embedded into our day-to-day leadership development. And even when we have spaces for leaders to come together in leadership groups and teams and meetings, we try to pay attention to some of those value-based things as well. David mentioned earlier about a time to kind of pause and reflect and think where we are, and I guess that's where we are now after the year we've come through. Is that enough, or do we need to go back and really think about our values again? But Nigel will tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. So we've had great impact and managed to get a great reach, and so very, very proud of, even though the session doesn't run called Leading Through Values, it's still talked about a lot in the university, and people expect any session they come to have an element of leading through values in it. So overall, we did 94 sessions of the programme. We reached 413 leaders. So we started with our senior leaders and then adapted the material to go right through different layers of leadership and management. And we did that over 34 cohorts, so quite a big programme and a lot of energy and commitment behind it. But we thought what would be a great idea, rather than just rely on feedback like the one on this slide there, which I'm very proud of, the red one and the yellow one, which is people saying I came along thinking it might be a pointless exercise, but realise the difference it can make if you just stop and think about how you lead and the values that you lead with. And also the yellow comment where it talks about how quite often in a leadership role you're just kind of busy getting on with it and you rely on the same golf club maybe that you always use, but sometimes it's just worth stopping, pausing, standing still and thinking about your practice and how successful it's been. But what we thought would be more powerful, that is for Nigel to share kind of his reflections as a participant and the difference the programme made to him.
Thank you, Karen. So yes, I participated in, I think, the second cohort of this programme, and a few reflections just by way of conclusion. Yes, we are time poor. Yes, we had to give up 3 days, 2 days together in a week is a lot when you're on an executive team. I don't need to say that to anyone around the room here, but there is a real value in that. There is a real power in it, and there's a real impact in bringing senior leaders together. And I think, as we think about how we face into change over the next few years, that is some learning we need to take back into the organisation, because we really do need to do that. We had sponsorship right from the top of the organisation. I've mentioned my predecessor, who as provost with our president and the chief operating officer were co-sponsors for the programme and turned up. Our president was in cohort number 1. And again, that matters. If you're going to do this, you have to have leadership and clarity of leadership right from the top. There is real value in stepping out. You all know that. What I think we really valued was stepping away from those leadership retreats where you're thinking about what challenges we're facing, why do we need to do certain things, and how are we going to respond to them, that sort of the why and the what of change, to thinking about how we lead change as individuals. And I think what we've got as a result is some really embedded sense of values-based leadership in the organization. People talk about our values, as Karen said, and people challenge on them when they think you're not leading through your values. Are we still, really living by our values? And sometimes it's uncomfortable to have to say, actually, we need to reflect on this. We need to think, are we really? So finally, as we go into a period of change, like many higher education institutions, not just in the UK, but around the world, we are now not stepping away from our values, but leaning into them and thinking about, just reflecting on whether the values that we created in 2017, 2018 are the right ones for, let's say, 2025 to 2030. What do we want to keep? Are there things we want to change? And just doing that period of reflection and refresh as we go into that change. And I think really also thinking about how we do that deep embedding in the organization, that I think the journey that Durban is on is a really interesting one, because we did develop our values, we did the leadership development, we have a behavioral framework linked to the values, but to be honest, it has largely sat on the shelf for the last few years. So there is a question about how we pick that up, rethink our values, think about the behaviors that exemplify those values, and build those and deeply embed those into organizational culture. So that's the Newcastle story. Culture does take time to change, but we've made a good start on that journey, I think.
Well, Lorna, Nigel, Karen, thank you very much. I want to close with a question to you. And I'll just make a statement first. I hope those people who are sitting in the room, who were there at the very start of the idea of a Living Values project, are feeling just a little pride just now, having seen how it's come through. But I want to leave you with a question. It has been suggested to us that people who were part of the pilots really valued that process and really valued the support which the group gave to each other. We are thinking with Newcastle that it may be useful for the Magna Carta community if we do something similar, but focused on leading by values. Please tell us what you think, and then we'll see what we can do for you. It is now coffee or tea, and coffee and tea are available both at the back of this room and the room over the corridor. If you could be back by 3:30, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all.
No.
Goodness me, well done.
Well done on where you're taking to.
I was in Newcastle in July.
Were you?
What?
organize the trend appending.
Still want to get people in the room.
Maybe people were not happy. No. Well, even
If they're
then,
not happy, that's a good place to start.
or they're frightened. Like, the big light.
Two. Testing. 2.
So what are you trying to, you sent yourself an invoice? Yes. Okay. And that didn't work? This one? No, this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go with both the sound samples. Team score and that's really new, isn't it? But it means we're a room. Oh, you have to let us in.
Joining. She didn't even know she was logged in. Okay.
Well, that's good. Okay. Hi there, online. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Excellent. We can hear you. You can hear us. You can see the screen. Perfect.
To whom am I speaking now?
You can't see us right now. Let me just show you the camera shot quick. I've turned it off. That's that's the stage at the moment, but you'll be able to see the people talking when we come to the actual session.
Okie dokie.
Brilliant.
Whoever I'm speaking.
I'll close off our camera and microphone for the time being, so you can have some peace, and then we'll be back to it when we're ready to go. Okay?
Okay, Anshel, by the way, was wonderful.
I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
Yes, Anshan was absolutely wonderful.
Did she say where's Anshan?
1 second. One more time for me.
What happened?
You in the other room. Maybe there is some microphone on.
Yes, that's on purpose. We're testing the stuff to get the setup.
Because we were
Yeah,
hearing
it's okay.
chats. Okay.
Sorry, online. Would you be able to say it one more time for me?
Yeah. Are you talking to
Yes. Sorry. Now I'm talking to you. Sorry. There's so many people in the room. I'll put it on so that we can have a conversation, shall we? Integrated camera. Hello there. So, we're all set up on this side. Was there something you wanted from us?
sanity? No, there's nothing. I just want to make sure when the session starts. It's 10:30 my time, 3:30 your time.
Yep.
Well, 15:30 your time. When I'm here.
Yep.
We go forward and we all have a good time together. It's been very good. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes, it is quite a hectic event.
Are you there?
I'm not, no. My name's Lewis. I work for King's College London. Alright, cool. So you're all set up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the camera off and... actually, I'm going to leave the camera on for you so you can see when we start. And I'm going to cut our microphone off for now, so you won't be able to hear all the chatter. But when it comes to the start of the session, we'll start you back up again. And anything, and be aware that if you say anything from now on, it will be with your mic unmuted. It'll go out over the whole PA system. So watch out. Hi, sorry, Mrs. Dibson, Professor. Catherine, can you hear me? Yeah, sorry, just to let you know, I'm going to make it so that everybody in the room can hear you if you speak in a second, okay?
If I heard you,
1 second. I'm going to come back rather than closer to the speaker. Can you hear me better? Yeah? Okay. So in 5 minutes, I'm going to change this so that whenever you speak, everybody in the room can hear you. So, and then I'll shut us all off until we start again, okay? So keep your mic muted until you want to speak. All right then. Okay, bro. What to her? No. We're fine.
panelists please come and join me at the front? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Could I ask if people would take their seats, please? And if those sitting at the front will come and join me. It's probably a sign of a good conference. That we're all talking.
Exactly.
Okay.
Can you hear me, my darlings?
We can hear you, Kate. Thank you very much.
Because I have something saying your microphone is muted, which gives me a slight tremor. Is that Martina?
Yes.
Right. And Peter.
Where's Peter? And who is the gentleman next to Martina?
That's Jason. Jacob.
Hi, Jason. Jacob.
Yeah. Hi.
Peter, hello.
Right. Well, thank you very much indeed for returning. And to help us, I have a number of people, mostly students sitting with me at this table, but also sitting in New York, Professor Kate Simpson, who is a member of the Magna Charta Council, judge of one of the essay competitions, and or three of the essay competitions now, and does all sorts of things. So I'm going to ask Kate.
Including representing the older generation.
Right. So I'm going to ask if my colleagues would just introduce themselves very briefly, and then we'll get stuck into the session. Peter.
Thank you very much. I'm Peter Kwesi Koji, and I'm the Secretary General for All Africa Students Union, and also a member of the Governing Council of the MCO. Thank you.
Daniel?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Andiago. I'm from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you.
And I should say Daniel was one of the 5 winners of our essay competition last year, and he will be talking about that. Martina?
Hi everyone, I'm formerly the president of the European Students' Union. I started as a student activist at the University of Malta, and I sit alongside Peter on the governing council of the Magna Charta Observatory.
And my name is Jacob Leesius. I'm the executive director of the Global Student Forum. I'm based in Denmark.
And Kate, you've gone off our screens for some reason. Can we have Kate back on the screen, please?
It might be better if she were not. But,
Oh, we'd miss you, Kate. You're back on the screen.
I'm back in the screen. My name is Catherine Stimson, Kate Stimson. I'm delighted to be a part of this panel, and it's very good to see Martina and Peter again. This, as I said earlier, I'm representing the older generation, and there's nothing like being a part of the essay competition to have enormous faith in the next generations.
Thank you very much indeed. We're going to cover a number of topics quite briefly during this session. And just by way of introduction, students have always been involved in the Magna Carta from the very start. Magna Carta 1988 says each university must ensure that its students' freedoms are safeguarded and that they enjoy concessions in which they can acquire the culture and training which is the purpose to possess. Now, we have always wanted to hear the student voice, and consequently 2 of the seats on the Magna Carta's Council are reserved for students, and we have the holders of those seats with us on the panel. We indeed require universities to demonstrate how they hear the student voice before they will be allowed to sign the Magna Carta. But those students on our council don't just turn up to meetings and vote. They work as well. Martina has worked for 3 years now with me in producing the essay competition. Peter has been a judge, a student judge on the essay competition. 3 weeks ago, he was with Patrick and me in Kigali as we spoke about universities engaging with stakeholders and students as being one of those stakeholders, and he's presided over World Cafe sessions for us. Sometimes in these conferences we run a student strand. It's not true to say we run a student strand, the students run a student strand. We're all together this year, but we have, I think, about 29 students registered for this event, and we don't charge them. They have to get themselves here, but students are not charged a fee, so that we actually hear the student voice. So that's just by way of introduction. And what I'd like to pick up first is our essay competition. We've run it for 3 years now. We've had over the 3 years something north of 300 entrants from over 40 different countries. The launch show, as I call it, the webinar where we announced the essay competition. This year we had 300 people there on the screen, and the broadcast was viewed later by over 1,100 people on YouTube, and that is the largest ever viewing of a Magna Carta broadcast. Now, what do we ask the students? Well, we have to be sensitive to the organisation which provides some sponsorship for us, and for the last 2 years that has been World Access to Higher Education Network. And in the year that Daniel was victorious, the question we asked was, what would you change about your higher education experience or environment to make it more inclusive for all who have the ability to benefit from it? Daniel, why did you enter?
Because I studied social work, and the concept of the course is about how can we make society more inclusive. It's about being conscious of the most vulnerable in our society. So everyone here, our life has been beautified by access to higher education. We could have been worse off if we have not been privileged to be educated. So the concept of the question kind of stimulated student agency, that they can also be a contributor to making their school, their student experiences more meaningful. So I saw it as a personal challenge, that, and as a way of articulating my own thoughts, how can I make my school more inclusive, more meaningful for students? So the idea came that students are not homogeneous group. It means we are not all the same. We are from different backgrounds, from different socioeconomic status. So that means our experience on campus is naturally impacted by our background. So the idea of this question is, while they are in school, how can we guarantee all students meaningful outcome? First of all, we have to address systemic inequalities in all our campuses. For example, structurally, the buildings of our school may not be accommodating for students with disabilities. So how can we make every building inclusive for students with disabilities? Also, some students are coming from very unstable families. So how can we provide support for them so that their academic goal on campus will be achieved? So the question itself is stimulating student agency, not as consumers of higher education, not as just as customers of higher education, but as co-creators of solutions. And lastly, I want to say that sometimes people say the government wants economic progress. Students like me want because if it's not holistic, then it might not attract the required support from stakeholders like government. So, in conclusion, my purpose for entering the essay competition is to be part of the solution. Beyond speaking, I hope that my coming year will have localized impacts in my school, in my environment, in my society. Thank you.
Martina, you were there at the start of the essay competition. You've very much been the co-pilot with me seeing the thing through. What are your thoughts now?
I have to say how firstly proud I am of the interest that we have seen from this essay competition. When we started it, I did not, and I'm a very self-critical person, just so you know. But I had not expected that we would see this level of engagement, where we would get hundreds of entries to this essay competition. In some of the activities that we used to run within the European Students' Union, if we had up to 50, we would be really happy. But to see hundreds of students from all over the world sending and wanting to engage with the MCO, I think that is a very important message that we need to take from this activity now that we're 3 years down the line.
I'll just add a couple of things. First, well, three things maybe. I mentioned earlier on that each of last year's judges had 80,000 words to read. And that's because each essay is independently read by two people, and then the better ones get fed through. And then there's a quite intensive, and I have to add passionate, but Kate and Peter can add to that bit, meeting which we have at the end, where people are really fighting for particular essays to be victorious. Second thing to add is, for the first time this year, we have found that some universities are running like a heat for this competition. They are announcing the competition within their university, and they are only sending in the top 2 or 3 essays that emerge from that. I learnt that by accident, but I think that's a very positive development. And finally, before I bring the judges in, and if Kate could come back on the screen, please. I had the pleasure 2 weeks ago of accompanying this year's group of winners to the World Access to Higher Education Network conference. It was amazing. 2 of them had never travelled before. They had never spoken at that level of event before. They formed themselves over 3 days into a very effective team. I have had the most wonderful emails from people at that event saying what those students added to that conference. So I think not just giving them something that they can put on their prize, their CV, a prize that will make a difference to their career, but also they are already making a difference and sharing that with other organisations. Some of them, you'll be pleased to hear, Peter, were already student representatives within their organisations, and we had a conversation about something that we will finish with. So well done, and I know from an email this morning that at least one of those winners this year is joining us online today. So Harleen, you're most welcome. Now, can I turn to our judges for their impression of all of this? And Kate, you've been sitting there very quietly, so can I come to you first?
Am I on screen or am I?
You are on the screen. We can see you.
Hello, everybody. I'm so sorry that for family reasons I could not be with you. I do want to thank all my fellow judges over the years, and I want to thank the staff of MCO for the logistics that it took. I just want to make a couple of points. First, it was a privilege to be a judge. I learned an enormous amount, and as I said earlier, I came away with great faith in the generation of students. Next, the essay. David talked about how many words the judges had to read. We had a strict word limit of 1,000 words. Essays were disqualified if they went over 1,000 words, even by an and or a jot or a tittle. That meant the writers had to be concise. They had to prove that brevity is the soul of wit. They could not bluster. They could not generalize. They had to meet the topic. Some of the things that became clear to me were the essayists believed in education. And I think we just heard this from the winner. Education is mobility. Education is discovery. Education is value. And they had many ideas about how universities could be improved. Indeed, the competition is a floating suggestion box for improvements. Next, we're in the age of AI. AI was a challenge. When was an essay cogent because the writer was cogent? Or when was the essay cogent because AI was cogent? And we had, if we saw essays that seemed to be quite similar to each other, we began to suspect, rightly or wrongly, that AI was making itself present. But what it did for me as a judge was to look for the student voice, not a snarky voice, not an arrogant voice, but a personality on the page. I will never forget the essay that began, "University administrators of the world, listen to me." That was a voice. We began to look for a sense of self, and it is the job of language to help reveal that sense of self. And a third thing that I learned, by the way, as David may have mentioned, we had no idea who the writers were. Occasionally there would be a hint about an institution, but the writers had no particular identity that could help us judge who they were other than who they were on the page. And finally, and maybe the students will disagree with me, but none of our essayists were rude, none of our essayists were crude, but some were angry, and for good reason. They wrote over my 3 years as a judge about corruption. They wrote, and as a faculty member, I am ashamed to say this, they wrote about faculty being out of date, about books not being available. They wrote about facilities, labs, classroom, libraries not being in working order, lights out. They wrote about administrations having no real belief in student government and thus in students. They wrote, some of them, about feeling betrayed after the promises made about education. And this fits in with what's been said before. They wrote about economic inequalities. The economic inequality between a village girl and an urban student. As I say, they were not rude, they were not crude, they were not barn burners, as we say in America. They were acutely aware of their world, and they wanted it to be better. And so I think one of the things to take away from 3 years of judging is, again, the faith the essayists have in education and our responsibility not to betray that faith.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate. Peter, you joined Kate as the longest serving judge, in the sense that you two are the only ones who've done all 3 competitions. What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. And I think I would reflect on pretty much the same things Kate has done, but also to start by thanking you for the amazing work that you've done, and more also to thank the governing council. I think that when we brought this to the council, it had to take them to see in our eyes what it was that we were trying to imagine. And I think for the council to endorse it at the time and to repeat it again and again just underscored just how much they felt that this was important in the scheme of things for the MCO. But I think that joining Kate, being a judge really sort of gave a different perspective in terms of how you live as a student. Of course, majority of the things that I read in my case were things that I was experiencing. And so, but then I have to detach myself from the realities of having to read an essay that really speaks to what it is that you are seeing day to day. And yet, it's something that you get to rank another essay better than it, only because it's in its worthiness, what it speaks to in terms of what the topic has asked. But I think that over the 3 years, we've seen a sort of evolution in terms of just how much passion, just how much interest, and also the fact that you keep seeing that there's a depth which is quite different from what we've seen in year 1 and year 2, as if to think that the students speak among themselves to better or improve what it is that we saw in year 1 and year 2. But I think that the key takeaways for us would be that if this were to continue, for example, into year 4, year 5, what would we want to change about it? Would we want to change, for example, the format? Would we want to change who can enter? Would we want to change, for example, the regional balances? But of course, I mean, these are things that have come up during the conversation. So there are times when you get like 3 people, the 3 highest scoring entries all coming from a sub-region. They were asking ourselves, should we change the criteria or introduce a criteria to see that there must be regional balance? And then we say, no, we want to judge this on the merit of it. So regardless of where they're coming from, it should not significantly impact in terms of the substance. But of course, these are dynamics that keep coming up each time we sit down to judge. And I'm not sure if I'll be a judge next year, but in the 3 years that we've done this, it's been revealing in terms of students sharing in their lenses how higher education impacts us all, what sort of responsibilities do we want universities to uphold, what sort of values, and what sort of social contracts do we want them to have with us as students. And so you see that rawness, it's quite raw. And if we all had the opportunity to read some of the essays, I'm sure that you would begin to contextualize. And again, as an outcome, we have seen some universities really pick up from some of the themes that have come out from the essays and begin to implement some of them. And really, that is what we want. We don't just want the text to be available, but that if they are available and they offer solutions, universities are able to say that, of course, this looks like it would work, and we're able to pick something and implement it. And while at it, I'm sure that I might also take the opportunity to invite you to our session for tomorrow. So largely answering the question, what are universities for? But I think that very different from what you'll be seeing in the other engagements, it would be raw, it would be crude, and I think that it would offer a different perspective in terms of what you'd hear from the other sessions. And so that's just by way of lobbying you to attend our session tomorrow. And I think that it's 16 hours. I'm not sure what the venue is, but it will offer you quite a different dimension of what the theme would offer you in the next 2 days. So David, back to you.
Well, thank you very much. And can I just conclude this bit of our session by sharing with Kate and with you a remark made by the chair of the board of WAHEN. When the students had spoken about their essays and they'd had a discussion, he congratulated the judges on their perceptiveness. He congratulated them on identifying essays which showed real passion. As I said, 2 of those students were already student representatives. They were all passionate about education, and I too join them in congratulating our judges on their care and their diligence to identify people who, from what I've seen, are going forward and will make a difference and who have been inspired by this competition. So thank you, both of you.
No, it has been indeed a great pleasure.
Moving on, in 2023, having collaborated informally for a number of years, Magna Charta signed an MOU with the Global Student Forum. Jacob, can you tell us a little bit about the Global Student Forum and what it does with Magna Charta and why that is important?
Yes, of course. It is some very simple and short questions that you're asking. I think the Global Student Forum really to understand what it is an umbrella organization for student organizations. And in the last couple of years, it's really been that kind of core focus about bringing student voices together, coming from many different backgrounds. So we started off with kind of like the classic student movement, the student unions, who are like integrated international legislation. They have long histories. And in the last couple of years, it's also been a focus of saying, how do we bring students together on a global level into every kind of formal and informal movement that they appear in, to give them a space to come together, to support and to capacity build, but also to bring their voices into global spaces that affects their lives. So I think what we had in mind when we started having a conversation about an MOU was also about how do we kind of bring forward the best practices of student engagement throughout the world, because there is 1.5 million different ways of engaging students, and some ways are very good, others are good intentions, but in reality might not be the most efficient. I think the comment that was made in the early start of the session about the diversity of students, I think that's really also key when it comes to working with students. And I think this essay competition also shows that. There are a lot of times when you think about working with students, we can kind of fall into the trap of saying it must be these kind of like very structured ways where you have a committee and there must be students and they need to have voting power. And this is something I will argue in favor of every day. I think it's wonderful and I think it's needed. I think it's a necessity for every kind of governance structure, but it is not everything. And it is not always the way to engage all students. Because a lot of times you will have a few crazy students like myself who will say, oh, a committee I can sit on, I can engage, I can improve my education, how wonderful. And I will be there. But the large student body, it's also about saying, how do you make the conversation about improving education, about fundamental values, about what they want their education to lead to? How do we start that conversation? And I think for me, the essay competition is also a way to say that, like, we can actually start that conversation in a place where a much larger extent of students feel comfortable reflecting on it. Also, especially when they come from backgrounds where engagement of students might have been something that has been difficult because there's been problems in the past where there's been student protest and leaderships of university might be hesitant to work with students. And this is a way to kind of get a conversation started without going into territory that environment is not ready for yet. So I think for us, like, that's really a key focus in this collaboration, saying, like, how can we bring best practices forward without also saying that like there's only one way of doing it, because there never is.
I know that Kate wants to come in, but can I just do the second part of this session? And that is to talk about the next level leadership training. This is something very tangible that has happened under the MOU between our two bodies. Magna Charta is represented on the steering committee, and you are moving on very quickly with the development of modules. Can you just tell people a little about that, please?
Of course. So this is a very exciting project that we have. It really comes from the idea that we recognize a group of student leaders, student organizations, and universities, and international organizations coming together saying, we know that student leaders have a very specific set of skills that are very needed in society, and they gain a lot from being part of their university lives and their university development, but it's all very scattered and it's all very kind of undefinable a lot of times. So can we actually create learning experiences for students where we bring together the best practices from student leaders and from universities? So I want you to understand that there is both like a very clear outcome when it comes to the kind of like the content of the learning, where it covers everything from engagement, to digitalization, to transferable skills. But there's also a methodological dimension that I really want to stress, because this is student organizations coming together with universities to develop learning, accredited learning, that people get credits for in the end, that they can use in their formal education. And like just the fact that like it can actually work, and it is actually not something that's like, oh, we had a nice session and it was wonderful, but it's actually something that we can guarantee the quality of. I think that was something that really excited me, that we could start recognizing the skills and knowledge of student leaders, but also saying we can bring it into the formal space of learning.
Thank you very much. Kate, you wanted to make a comment.
Well, I think wanted to build on what people were saying about the great diversity of students by institution, by personal background, by nation and region. One difference was the question of ability or disability. And I was sorrowful when I read about the difficulties that were imposed upon disabled students of both genders in many regions. And that was when I talked about the essays as being a floating suggestion box of improvements. The question of helping students with physical disabilities and some mental health issues. But the issue of looking at students as capable of great things, but perhaps needing a helping grab bar here and there, or a way of accessing a building, or a way of getting through a bad period when a student had no money, when there were family difficulties, when the pressures on the soul were so strong. And I think what I heard the call for, and I would love to have people tell me if I'm right or wrong, was that universities are places of value, and that compassion and understanding of what it takes to get through life in a day-to-day way is also a value.
Thank you very much, Kate. Now, just to conclude this session, what I hope you've spotted is that there has been a development of a strategy. It started with a single idea, students involved. It started with the essay competition, or developed with the essay competition. And when we were thinking about what our strategy would look like for the years 25 to 30, we thought, let's put all these together. Let's call it a Future Generations strategy. And let's try and make sure that bits of that feed the other bits. Now, Jacob has already shared with us about next level leadership. When I was a student leader, I wish I had had an opportunity like that to learn before the baptism of fire of taking up that office. And I am delighted that Magna Charta is involved in putting that training together. Now, of course, students, when they're students, should let their voice be heard within their university. And we're here to try and help that happen, as Global Student Forum is as well. Many of those students go on to become academics. Up to now, Magna Charta has largely engaged with rectors, international directors, and people like that. And we have missed out a whole chunk of people in the middle. Now, my hope is that we will be able to grow this strategy so that those people who engage with us as students or emerging student leaders will take those values into what they do, into their lives in a university. All right? That is my hope. Now, a suggestion, well, let's be honest, it's several suggestions taking different form, have raised the question with us. You have ambassadors, most of whom are former rectors. They are enormously valuable people to Magna Carta. Would it also be valuable to have students around the world who are ambassadors? And we've floated that a little bit with the winners of this year's essay competition, and the unequivocal answer is yes, we want to be one, we want to engage. Now, what it looks like as a final product, we don't know yet, and we will certainly work with the Global Student Forum and ISU in thrashing that through. But my hope, a great opportunity to engage with students. Peter, is there anything you would like to say to wind this session up? Reflection on what you've heard, where we go next, and so on.
Thank you. So other than thanking you all and thanking Carla and Julia, she might not be here, but she does an
She's
amazing
probably
job
online,
to
actually.
support us. So I think I'll just end with a note of saying the thank yous and thanking you in advance for attending our session tomorrow. So thank you.
You would never know that Peter is on performance-related pay. And the performance-related pay is determined by the number of people that come to his parallel session. Can I say... Sorry? Kate, do you want to come in?
No, I was just, and I think Peter's absolutely right. Thank you, David and Carla and Julia, and all of the people who participated in this essay competition.
Great. Well, can I then thank all of those who've been part of this panel. Daniel, thank you for coming all the way to join us in London. I hope that what you learn from talking to people here and from the sessions will truly be helpful for you in taking forward. To Global Student Forum colleagues, I so much look forward to Magna Carta working with you to take that forward. Martina, I haven't twisted your arm yet, but I hope you will continue to co-pilot the essay competition into the futures. And Kate, your wisdom, your guidance, a very important part of all this. So thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Now, before I give way to Patrick and colleagues from America, I will save the need to intervene at the end of the day. The first thing to tell you is there is a reception for all of you at the end of the next session, and it takes place in the Arcade Cafe below us, and you just have to wait for the lifts to go down unless you want some exercise on the stairs. Now, not only will you be going down there, but if you have left any coats on the racks on this level, they too will go down to that level. So if you enjoy the drink to excess, you will not need to come up the stairs to get your coats. All right. And the final thing I want to say is that we start at 9:30 tomorrow. There will be twice as many people here tomorrow. Unfortunately, we need to relay it to another room. So registration opens from 9 o'clock, and I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you very much. do have another button. My coughing can start now without it being a problem.
Where are you, Lynn?
Right here.
Oh, there you are. Not allowed, Jonathan.
By the way, nice to meet you. You know what? Can I tell you something? I'm going to be totally rude right now, but I'm a former. Nice to see you. A former colleague of mine and student of mine has applied for a position under involved in inclusion.
And the day with you.
Yes, yeah.
Sure. I knew her as a student.
Got to figure out some different twist on it for the people who live in
Because Ariana still is. She left because she got married to a Canadian and whatever, but I would bring her back.
All right. Well, good
Other
for me.
than that, that's my only plug. I'm not going to sell you anything else.
I mean, how much more can you
What's that?
How many more ways can you say
doing this
stuff?
The John will send us somewhere we haven't been yet. So.
Absolutely.
I figured I'm going last. I'm going to work around what everyone else says. Do my best.
Yeah, I thought I would go to Brendan first, and then maybe I could just go to Lynn, and then we'll move down. the
Yeah,
stage.
you sound. I'm happy to go.
Sorry, what was that?
It's the order. You're first. No, Brendan's first.
Brendan's first.
Yeah, and then we'll go to Lynn,
Okay.
and then to Rob, and then to Jonathan.
And then John cleans it all up.
I have the enviable. Exactly. I took. Knowing I actually counted you as a speaker, also so I thought I was fifth. Now
What
I'm
Rob and
fourth.
Lynn meant to say was.
Actually, I'm just going to grab a glass.
Yeah.
One second.
Your glass, you said?
Stopping you from doing a runner then. I saw Brendan a second ago.
Yeah, he was.
We're being streamed, Patrick?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it's worth bearing in mind. Oh, these lights are really bright, yeah? I noticed for giggers burning up under the lights over there.
I just sent you an email as somebody who can represent Canada.
Oh, anytime.
Our magazine, local education magazine,
Yeah.
is interested in getting more international perspectives, and so they were looking for a group of
Oh,
internationals.
I really like the magazine, by the way, and I enjoy reading it.
Yeah, every issue, I think, wow, we can't get better than this, and it does every time. It's really nice.
Yeah, the Times make for great journalism, don't they?
Do you care?
Brendan, you're over here, I think. Yep.
Thought you'd done a runner and abandoned us.
There you are.
Look at you. You got slides.
You set. So go to you first, and then
Gets me first.
go to you first, and then I'll go to Lynn, to Rob, and then to Jonathan. Okay. Can I have some water? Can I have a glass of water? Yeah.
Here, I can give you
Yes.
mine for now while we're waiting. I'm sure that you're set.
Thank you very much. I think we can begin this last session of the day. A session devoted to insights from the US. You've heard about the developing strategy of the observatory, and one of the key precepts of that developing strategy has been to diversify the parts of the world in which the observatory does work. If you go back and have a look at the 1988 declaration, you'll find it's an unashamedly very European-focused document. And the difference between that document in '88 and the 2020 document was, in part, a determination to take the work of the observatory more broadly elsewhere in the world, and to make this not specifically or exclusively a European area for discussion, but it is obviously broadly relevant to the whole world and to universities across the globe. An important part in that was to think about the engagement of the MCO with North America, and in particularly with the United States. If you look at the signatories to the declaration, the 1988 declaration, you'll see the great American universities and large numbers of them early on. I would say, though, in recent years, besides that commitment to the declaration, the day-to-day engagement on the part of North American institutions, including institutions from my own country, Canada, has been less than one might have wanted it to be. However, things have changed somewhat. I remember rather fondly about 2 years ago or 3 years ago here having a call unexpectedly one afternoon from a colleague who's a former president of a major US institution, in which he said, well, what's the story with this Magna Carta thing? You know, we see some challenges with academic freedom, some challenges with institutional autonomy looming on the horizon. And it would be very interesting to get to know a little more about the Magna Carta. And that began a dialogue between the observatory and the American Academy, which I think is becoming increasingly very vibrant. We had an excellent anniversary conference last year in Washington, D.C., at which Lynn spoke. And I think that set us on a good direction. The Magna Carta Observatory has wondered about establishing a chapter in the United States or in North America. We are, I think, at the moment headed to do a memo of understanding with the American Association of Colleges and Universities, which I think would be very valuable to us and to the work of the observatory more broadly. I will just say, sitting as I do across the border and looking across the Great Lakes from the prospective 51st state of the United States, what is going on in the US is of enormous interest. It is not that I see that as a pathology that is confined to the other side of the Great Lakes. We see similar tendencies in the Canadian university context, and I think you know, when I think about that 1988 declaration, the thing that strikes me about it is the suggestion that these are timeless truths. I think the lesson of recent years is that these are not in any way secure or timeless truths. They have to be fought for and debated and argued if our institutions are to maintain the freedom that they need to do the work that they do for society. So it is, I think, a very critical moment we're in that relationship between the academy, particularly in North America, and history, and with the societies we exist to serve. So providing insights from the US and on the US, we have 4 speakers. I'm going to begin with Brendan O'Malley, who is the Editor-in-Chief of University World News. Brendan's based here in the UK. Then I'll go to Lynn Pasquarella, who's the President of the American Association of Colleges and Universities. Then to Rob Quinn, who is the Founding Executive Director of the Scholars at Risk Network. And finally to Jonathan Becker, Vice Chancellor of the Open Society University Network, Executive Vice President and Vice President for Academic Affairs, and the Director of the Centre for Civic Engagement here in the UK. Then we hope there will be some time for conversation with you and some questions and observations from you. I know our panelists would be very eager to engage in a conversation with you about that. So I'm going to turn to Brendan to start us off.
Thank you. I'm hoping the PowerPoint will begin. Janvi, can we start the PowerPoint? No, that's not the...
Wrong one.
It's going through David's. Sorry. Straight to questions.
That's why I'm allergic to PowerPoint.
Otherwise, so
This is an illustration of why.
Yes. And stressed.
Well, that was worth it.
It was. Good going.
Apologies about that. So now we have the right slides. So can you hear me okay? Yep. I've been asked to speak about the impact of Trump administration policies on science, students and systems of higher education around the world, which is something that we've been reporting on in University World News through our worldwide network of correspondents from Africa to India, from North America to Australia. And I particularly like to pay tribute to the work of our North America correspondent Nathan M. Greenfield, who's been kept extremely busy providing relentless coverage, in-depth coverage of these issues, because so much is happening so quickly. Now, slide 2. So many of our articles on this issue are presented in our Trump tracker, so that you can scroll down and see the impacts over the months of the Trump administration, going all the way back to Inauguration Day in January. And what emerges is not just the story of proliferating attacks on academic freedom and university autonomy, and very significant cuts in funding for higher education and research in the US, but also a serious knock-on impact on international science collaborations, a reorientation of international student flows, and a raft of policy changes across other countries to capitalize on the flight of scholars from the US. The turmoil this has caused for universities in the US and in other countries highlights universities' vulnerability to political pressure due to resource dependence, and demonstrates the downside of international interdependence, which is that decisions made in one country, especially if it is the world leader in science and education, can have implications elsewhere. Slide 3. The Trump administration began its attacks on higher education and research with Trump's executive orders dismantling diversity, equity and inclusion programs, the revoking of visas and the arrest and detention of international students or former students who were active in the Gaza campus protests, and the slashing of research budgets for key universities and science institutes. Mass cuts of the budgets of the National Institutes of Health and other agencies that fund research via US universities, and other cuts implemented via the shuttering of US aid, left researchers across the world afraid to speak out for fear of jeopardizing other projects. The first direct threat to university research funds, the letters from Education Secretary Linda McMahon to Harvard and Columbia universities in early March, justified slashing $2.6 billion as part of the effort to fight anti-Semitism on these Ivy League campuses. The disconnect between McMahon's chosen means and the declared end was hard to miss, as Julio Frank, Chancellor of the University of California, Los Angeles, told University World News, slide 4, the grants that have been cancelled by the government have nothing to do with anti-Semitism, wokeness, or not allowing viewpoint diversity. Slide 5. These are grants in basic science, in astronomy and in physics, which have been the basis for American prosperity and security. We need to address the real problem, but not weaponize it. Slide 6. In June, Forbes reported that NIH had cut $3.8 billion in research grants. Court cases ensued. In August, the Supreme Court of the United States green-lighted cutting $738 million of health research funds from the NIH that had been ordered by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, a decision that led to thousands of research projects being cancelled in both the United States and in universities around the world, where researchers worked in tandem with American researchers. To understand how this plays out on the ground, let us consider the story of Dr. Julie Bourreau, a researcher at Centre de Recherche du Centre Hospitalier de l'Université de Montréal, CHUM, it's known as in short, in Canada. Her lab was worked with Columbia University, studying the efficacy of two models of medical care for people who inject drugs but are disengaged from the health system. We received a very, very short email saying that in the midst of the cuts at Columbia, our project was terminated. She said, Bourreau did not have to destroy her data, but many others have not been so lucky. Slide 7. The ban on diversity, equity and inclusion programs in the federal government and in federally funded institutions, the declaration that there are only two genders, and the banning of critical race theory provoked shivers and self-censorship among researchers worldwide afraid of losing US funding. Also in March, the Trump administration, ignoring the sovereignty of at least Australia, Britain and Canada, moved to try to control researchers outside the US working on projects funded by the US Treasury. Slide 8. Researchers were sent a questionnaire that asked, does this project reinforce US sovereignty by limiting reliance on international organizations or global governance structures, for example, the UN or the World Health Organization? Can you confirm that this is no DEI project, or there are no DEI elements of the project? Can you confirm that this is not a climate or environmental justice project, or includes such elements? Slide 9. Putting US aid through the wood chipper, as billionaire Elon Musk gleefully described it, impact universities across Africa, in addition, of course, to health and food programs that serve the general population. The cuts negatively impacted Africa-focused capacity building programs and research into HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. Climate research was curtailed. Projects to create robust crops and environmentally friendly farming methods were made insecure. USAID did not only fund food and medical aid and university students and research. In Colombia, it helped fund the peace process that began several years ago when guerrilla group FARC agreed to lay down its arms. According to Astrid Liliana Sanchez Mejia, Vice Rector of Research at the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana in Bogotá, cuts to NGOs to further the peace process in Colombia threaten the university's contribution to the reconstruction of Colombia's civil society. Slide 10. Now, another key impact area of the Trump administration policies is on international student flows. The number of international students affected by the travel ban against 19 countries announced in June was fewer than 20,000, less than 2% of the total number of international students in the country. But the ban is just one of a number of Trump administration policies that have created a hostile environment for immigrants in general and international students in particular. An untold number of international students have been among those targeted by immigration, customs and enforcement officials. As of August 2025, 6,000 students had had their visas revoked, according to the Washington Times and Time magazine. They include Tufts University student Rumayessia Öztürk, whose visa was revoked for writing an op-ed in support of Palestine in the student newspaper. In April, the records of thousands of international students were erased, many due to minor or dismissed legal infractions, leaving them without legal status until the decision was later reversed after a long battle, as Time reported. The Trump administration has also changed visa duration and two graduate pathways, the optical training, OPT program, and especially the H-1B visa work authorization rules. The latter allow international students in STEM programs to work at universities, vital to the supply of the nation's teaching assistants and research assistants, and stay on for 3 years after graduation. The cost of company-sponsored H-1B visas was raised 20-fold, from $5,000 to $100,000. Now, all these factors are part of a wider narrative against immigrants, not just international students, that by the end of August had seen 230,000 people arrested, 234,000 people deported, and at that point there were 60,000 people in detention. Slide 11. It was therefore hardly surprising when at the end of September, Study Portal's data showed that interest in studying for a master's degree in the US had declined by a staggering 61% since Trump returned to the Oval Office in January. Slide 12. Deepening the instability for higher education in the US, on the 1st of October, the so-called Trump Compact, the offer to 9 elite universities, which is since says is being extended to everyone, in exchange for preferred access to federal grants, set out commitments universities had to make. These included revising governing structures that purposely punish, belittle, and even spark violence against conservative ideas. It included committing to defining male, female, woman, and man according to reproductive and biological processes, in other words, erasing transgendered individuals. It included committing to conducting rigorous broad-spectrum assessments of viewpoints among faculty, staff, and students at all levels and making these findings public. It included keeping international undergraduate enrolment to no more than 15% and enrolment from one country at no more than 5%. And it required all foreign students, and the phrase itself is quite telling, to take a mandatory course on American civics. The cuts to research, the visa restrictions, and the increasingly hostile environment for international students have both provided cover for some countries to bring in their own restriction and caused others to seize an opportunity to attract more top talent, deterred or seeking escape from the current US context. Slide 13. In June, for example, then Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba in Japan ordered relevant ministries to recruit researchers seeking to leave the US. Last month, here in the UK, the government announced new rules that allow expansion of its highly skilled talent route while tightening up on immigration in general. And only last Tuesday, the 2025 Canadian budget contained almost $2 billion to recruit 1,000 scholars of note, although at the same time, it cut student visas by a staggering 49%. So this is a reminder that while the Trump administration is pursuing an agenda right out of an authoritarian playbook, it is by no means the first country to seek to tighten control over higher education and will not be the last. We only have to look at places like Turkey, where Erdogan has been at work, or Hungary, whose playbook Trump copied in many ways. It has been interesting to see the thoughts of academic experts on how universities should now respond to the political pressures exemplified by the Trump administration's demand for compliance as a condition of federal funding. And we published numerous commentaries, but there are two I just want to highlight here. One by Chilean education professor Julio Labraña, who wrote, slide 14, autonomy is not merely the absence of interference, it is the capacity to establish and pursue one's own priorities without coercion. Slide 15. It demands structural conditions that enable a degree of organizational latitude, stable and predictable funding, legal safeguards, and broad-based social legitimacy. How much of that still exists for so many universities in so many places now? He says that given the financial pressures, the task ahead is not to romanticize universities, but to reimagine their autonomy in a world where dependence is increasingly inevitable. Slide 16. Lastly, another who wrote our lead commentary this week is Sue McKenna, a professor of higher education studies at Rhodes University, who has seen this playbook before in her own country, South Africa, during apartheid. She argues that both contexts have involved systematic attempts to subordinate higher education to authoritarian political projects. Slide 17. One lesson from the eventual triumph over apartheid was that individual courage mattered, and so did international solidarity. Contemporary threats, she writes, require similar collective responses. Slide 18. This means professional associations defending member institutions. It means universities standing together rather than competing for scraps of funding. And it means the international academic community refusing to abandon US colleagues to their fate. Slide 19. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brendan, for that chilling survey of the situation. Lynn, over to you.
I'm afraid I'm not going to provide any more optimism than Brendan did. But really it is to reinforce what he's outlined in terms of what's at stake for American higher education and for our democracy if this continues. The ideals that we gather around at this convening: academic freedom, institutional autonomy, shared governance, the right to teach and learn, and global collaboration are more urgent than ever. Yet in the United States, every one of these core values is under attack in ways that pose an existential threat to both higher education and our democracy. For more than a half a century, the productive partnership between America's colleges and universities and the government has served as an engine of innovation, research, and scholarship, a magnet for international talent, a catalyst for social and economic mobility, and a mechanism for fostering global security. The unraveling of this partnership through the weaponization of research funds, tax-exempt status, and international students, alongside fines for institutions that fail the president's ideological litmus test, has precipitated a moment of enormity for American higher education. The American court system, which once championed the distinctive role of colleges and universities, no longer seems to recognize the critical importance of freedom from political interference as foundational to the strength of colleges and universities and their ability to fulfill higher education's public purpose. Today's courts have demonstrated a troubling willingness to ignore stare decisis past precedent and allow for the infringement of academic freedom, the erosion of the marketplace of ideas, and unwarranted governmental intrusion into every aspect of college and university operations, from who gets admitted to what is taught, how it is taught, and by whom. These are not abstract concerns. When the federal government conditions research grants, accreditation, financial aid funds, and the ability to admit certain students on ideological adherence, it threatens academic freedom in practice. When institutions and individual faculty, students, and staff fear punishment, including being fired or expelled for dissenting views, the university is transformed from a site of inquiry into a breeding ground for enforced compliance. This matters not only for American institutions of higher education, but for the academic enterprise globally. If the US model of the autonomous university is weakened, the ability of colleges and universities to partner internationally in ways that model freedom and independence is reduced. At the same time, it sends a signal that integrity is up for grabs, and it emboldens those who seek to dismantle higher education precisely because it poses a challenge to their authoritarian, autocratic playbook. Moreover, the grand challenges and wicked problems of the future mandate global collaboration, and yet the current policies in the US are making our colleges and universities less global in orientation. One of the most significant strengths of American universities has been their diversity, and higher education institutions of all types have long welcomed international students and faculty, enriching our communities and strengthening our research programs. Increased scrutiny of international scholars, the visa revocations that Brendan talked about that are linked to protests or political views, and stricter enforcement of provisions concerning foreign funding and influence undermines the capacity to attract global talent and engage in global collaboration. When US institutions scale back global partnerships, the entire ecosystem of international collaboration shrinks. This undercuts the global mission of higher education and weakens the US's role as a global hub of research and innovation. Under the circumstances, American higher education is incapable of serving its previous role as a benchmark for mobility of talent, for models of institutional autonomy, for international cooperation. When pressure builds on that system, it limits our collective capacity to sustain an open global network of universities and foments mistrust in international research, teaching, and exchange. In a globally interdependent world where challenges are transnational, the health of one major system impacts all. And as I've noted, the weakening of U.S. higher education's global orientation or institutional independence has ripple effects that reach far beyond the U.S. Engagement with the Magna Charta offers an opportunity to reaffirm the principles that sustain the global university. And we need to use this moment to recommit ourselves to defending those principles and strengthening global higher education in its ecosystem in a world that needs us now more than ever. We need to start by emphasizing the public mission of higher education, not merely as a national good, but as a global common good. Universities do not simply serve their home country, they serve humanity. We must insist that the global dimension remains front and center. Second, we must build networks of solidarity among institutions globally through organizations like the Magna Charta, Scholars at Risk, and Open Society. The attacks on academic freedom and institutional autonomy are not isolated. When any one institution is attacked around the world, each university must stand up and support the others. Third, we need to work together to ensure that across countries and across institutions, research remains free, global, and oriented toward shared human challenges. This will require advocating for sustained and stable funding, for flexible models of collaboration that are insulated from politicization. In addition, we need to use whatever vectors are available to us, including virtual exchange, collaborative online international learning, to encourage research and teaching projects that span borders and promote inclusive global outlooks. Finally, we need to make clear that institutional autonomy and academic freedom are non-negotiable. All universities must push back against any form of coercion that seeks to condition academic inquiry on ideological conformity. Over the past several months, I have never seen such a rise in moral distress among campus leaders, where they feel like they're being coerced into making decisions they believe are unethical, but they think they have no choice. And in many instances, that moral distress has morphed into a kind of moral injury that results from the continual erosion of one's moral compass. And the question they need to keep asking themselves is, how much individual injustice am I willing to countenance for the sake of long-term reform? In some cases, the answer is none. Presidents like Song Richardson walked away from her position at Colorado College because she, as a lawyer, wanted to be able to write about issues of racial and social justice. She thought she couldn't do that in her position as president. And yet others are saying, I want to try to subvert from within. If I get removed from my position, then I can't do any good for my community. And so there are different perspectives, and I would never presume to call into question the decisions that individual leaders make. But I do want to say that they must be transparent about the costs of those decisions and tell the truth about what's really being lost and gained under the circumstances. So it's for this reason that participation in the Magna Charta is not symbolic, it's strategic and moral. It connects American higher education to a global coalition that insists on the independence of knowledge, on the integrity of research, and on the role of universities as accelerators of human progress. It reminds us that we're part of a centuries-old tradition of inquiry that belongs to the world. In this moment, when the politicization of higher education seeks to narrow the nature and scope of what we do, the Magna Charta confirms that we cannot be compromised, that universities must be free, inclusive, globally engaged, and accountable to the truth above all else. Thank you.
It's wonderful. Thanks very much, Lynn. Rob, over to you.
Terrific. And my thanks to Brendan and Lynn for really laying out the things that have been going on, so I don't have to repeat that. But because there's so many things going on and so much bad news, let me throw out the conclusion of what I want to say first, which is there's never been a better time to defend academic freedom. So let me come back to that, right? A few lightning points to make. Number one, what we're seeing in the US is not entirely new. As Brendan alluded, we've seen it in Turkey, we've seen it in Hungary, we're seeing it today in India. So the forms of pressures on the higher education space are not new, right? They're not even new just in the United States with this federal administration, because state governments in the United States have been doing some of these things for certainly the last several years, if not longer. And even that is not entirely new because this goes back decades, right? So just to put us in that context. When I look at the situation in the United States, and we go to a lot of these events and there are lots of conversations, a lot of the conversation is about diagnosis, what is going on. I am more interested in treatment. What do we do, right? And Lynn started to lay out a few of the possibilities there, and I appreciate that. I need to give a little bit of a disclaimer, though, from our point of view at Scholars at Risk, in terms of the diagnosis or getting involved. We probably wouldn't be that involved if the administration had chosen to use normal channels. If they had gone through the normal legislative process to try to exercise policy changes, even if they were radical policy changes, that's the choice of democratically elected system. So it's the fact, as Brendan helpfully laid out, that so many of these things are being done through extra legal measures and through measures that clearly resonate with authoritarian and anti-democratic processes. So when the state declares certain terms are off limit, when the state declares that certain questions, areas of research are off limits, when the state specifically names individuals to be targeted for sanctioning, all of that is outside the norm. All of that is a violation not only of the core principles of the university, but of any democratically legitimate society, and therefore we, Scholars at Risk, as a human rights group, we have to get involved. And so we have included for many years violations at lower levels of attacks on higher education in the United States in our annual Free to Think reporting and our advocacy work. But now, of course, we're getting to a much higher level. And so why is the administration doing this? Why are its allies doing this? Not through normal channels, but through extra legal, abnormal channels. And I would submit in some, it is specifically to cut off the university from the public, right? To vilify, to otherize, and to get at what was in one of the earlier slides, to prevent broad-based social legitimacy of the university, right? To prevent that as a source of power and critique. So when Scholars at Risk, when we look at this, we look at it through the frame of our work trying to respond to attacks all around the world. We start from one place that we have learned through that international work. Violence is not the primary tool of repression. Isolation is the primary tool, right? Separating us from each other, making everyone feel isolated, make everyone think they're being surveilled, because it's a lot easier then to do and a lot more efficient then to take power. So how do we respond to this? Looking for treatments. And I don't have the answers, by the way, but I'm putting it out here that I'm looking for them, right? So when isolation is the primary vector, then the response has to be, how do we unite? How do we come together, as Lynn said? So number one is we have to cultivate counter-narratives. We have to continually assert the legitimacy of the values and functions that we insist the university space has in society. So that means getting out coverage and stories and examples about how the university does serve society. And one of the main things we've seen in the United States is the public discourse is a caricature of higher education. It is not actually how higher education is mostly engaged with the public. That gives courage. When people see others stand up, when we see other people, help them to feel, no, you're not crazy. These things are legitimate. This is your job. That gives courage. And then courage gives the space for creative resistance. The whole range of potential creative resistance. And there's a ton of experience in American higher education with various projects aimed at civil dialogue and discourse and the role in democracy and so forth. And all of those we need at this particular moment. But fundamentally, creative resistance in the teaching space, creative resistance in the public education spaces. But to do that, we have to acknowledge also that maybe we haven't been as fully in step with the broadest possible public as we could have been. And so I think as we do that as a sector, we need to be intellectually and emotionally honest as we look at what reforms we can do. And again, I have great respect for all of the leaders in higher education. It's a really complicated space. These are really complicated jobs at any time, let alone at this moment. But so we have to do defense at the same time that we're doing reform. When I look at it from our point of view at Scholars at Risk, there are two ways to do that, to engage in the broader public, and that's by figuring out how to be in service to the public and how to assume risk for the public, right? So those leaders who have stood up and have spoken have taken on a little bit of the risk for the sector, and we need more people to do that, because as Patrick said, this is about the societies which we serve, right? And that's really fundamentally at the bottom of this. For Scholars at Risk, our attempts at treatment so far, just to lay them out there, is immediately we put out every couple of weeks what we call the Academic Freedom Media Review. It's a clipping service, if you will, of academic freedom articles, projects, conferences. We've been doing it globally for years. We've created a new version just for the US because of this fire hose of information that's coming out about the US. So that's trying to put it out in a package that says these are not legitimate acts, right? So to declare the legitimacy of the values and the illegitimacy of some of the methods that have been going on. We also were approached and therefore started working with a group of faculty to start something called the Emergency Defense of Universities Coalition, the EDU Coalition, which has grown to be about 600 or 700 faculty. It's mostly information sharing, what's happening on your campus, what's happening on your campus, fascinating conversations between public institutions in what we call red states and private institutions in blue states and so forth and so on. What's the value of this? If all it does is pierce the isolation, that's valuable. And if it gives a forum for people to form creative resistance of different kinds, that's even more valuable, and we're beginning to see that. In 2026, we're going to be rolling out new US-focused activities that are based on our global activities. So that means adding staff to our protection team that work with individual scholars to try to help signpost for scholars in the US who are feeling vulnerable by this moment. So we are not experts on US higher education, but we spend a lot of time talking to scholars who are worried their phone's tapped or their emails are being watched. So how can we help signpost people there, again, to try to combat that isolation and the fear that goes with it. Organizing, litigation, working groups aimed at trying to counter the narratives that the administration and others are using to try to separate higher education from the public. So just to give two examples and then wrap up, one of the conversations that happened in the US before this current administration, but over 2023-24, was we had lots of protests on campus. There was a lot of upset about it on many campuses. Footnote, it was a minority of our institutions. The vast majority managed to have the conversations without a lot of unrest, but the media covered the big ones, right? Confusion over academic freedom and free expression and protest. And what are the different manifestations of those and the legitimacy of those inside the higher education space? This is not limited to the United States in any way. In our annual Free to Think report, 60% of the incidents involve some form of violent incident that results from student expression or the crackdown on student expression. So these are global dynamics wherever there are universities, but we are rolling this out to begin with in the US. The other is on what in the US discourse is called the university neutrality movement, which superficially sounds great. Of course, these institutions should be neutral. They shouldn't be taking sides. Except when you see what that really means. And for some, they really mean the university shouldn't speak to the public. It shouldn't engage with the public. And even within our institutions, some say this is a way where we can protect ourselves. We can pull up the drawbridge. We can be inside our tower and be safe. And I guarantee you from the world experience, there is absolutely no evidence that the false security bargain of if we just stay inside and talk to ourselves, we'll be okay, has any merit to it. Right? We quite know that that is not true, that when power wants to come for the university space, it will, whether or not we did something to trigger it or not. So these are entry point projects. We are looking for other ways to be helpful. As I think I said a minute ago, I think the main function we have now as advocates is to figure out how to be in service and how to mitigate or help with the risks. Let me conclude, though, and try to convince you, there has never been a better time to defend academic freedom. I mean that objectively, right? We have never had more connection. There are more networks that work on academic freedom today than there have ever been in the history of the human being. Right? We have a bigger body of experience dealing with these threats than we've ever had before. So it's our fault if we're not learning from the cases because we know the cases, right? We have more tools. There is a global academic freedom index to measure academic freedom at the country level. There are efforts to develop measurement tools for the sub-national levels, and these should be encouraged. We have the attention of more interstate bodies today on issues of academic freedom and autonomy, whether it's UNESCO or the EU or the OAS or others. So we have a lot of assets, right? Now you all chuckle when I say it's never been a better time. I understand why. But I think that's because what you know is what we really mean is there's never been a more important time to defend academic freedom. So I applaud Magna Charta for looking in this space, and we look forward to being in partnership however we can. But I really do think, while there are certainly many negatives going on, I think there's also a tremendous opportunity. Because one side is trying to tell the public, this university space is not good for you. It has nothing to offer you. And that's a lie. So if we can show that it's a lie and we can make it true that we are in service to the communities of which we're in, then I think we have a very good chance of winning that narrative. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Robert. Jonathan.
So there's few things more intimidating than being the last person on a panel with really smart people and knowing you're the last speaker before drinks. So rather than offering a pre-made comments, I've scribbled down some things which I hope might be helpful to advance our conversation. So first of all, I want to do the most American of things and talk about myself. I am not British, as I've been advertised. I know it's kind of my thing. I'm American. I actually, oddly, and this is sort of interesting maybe, I never studied in the United States. So I'm an American citizen who studied in Canada, in the United Kingdom, and worked abroad the first half of my life. And since then, I've worked largely internationally through Bard College, where I work, through the Open Society University Network, and now its successor, the Global Higher Education Alliance for the 21st Century. So I've had a lot of up-close views. I worked with Olivier Maté, who I'm so happy is such an important organization. He deserves a round of applause. I'm going to do that more than... when the canary in the coal mine, which was an American university called the Central European University, was under assault in Hungary, something which I don't think got it got support, but not the type of recognition that I think it needed at the time, and I think we're seeing that right now. So I want to say I can't add that much about the threats to U.S. universities right now. The one thing I'm about, well, this is complicated. Next week, I have a book coming out on the history of student voting rights, the defense of voting on U.S. campuses, which actually offers 4 good stories about how campuses defended the rights of students to vote. It's actually, I'm a bad salesperson because it's available for free as an OER on the Greater website, but you can still pay $30 for it and be very happy. But I frame it now as I'm thinking back as looking at Trump, because it ends before Trump, as what I would call the second redemption, which is what we're going through. So those who aren't familiar with American history, after the Civil War, after Reconstruction, there was the redemption, when the rights given to African Americans were systematically stripped away, and the Jim Crow era began. And then, roughly in the 1950s, when Brown versus the Board of Education spoke out against separate but equal and ushered in an era of desegregation and civil rights, culminating, in fact, in part, not simply with empowerment of African Americans, but things like the 26th Amendment, which lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. That was called the Second Reconstruction. And now we're in this period of second redemption, where many of the rights of things that we hold dear are being stripped away. And first and foremost amongst them are universities, because they're seen, they represent two things that what I would call our redeemer in chief really objects to. One of them is that young people who tend not to vote that way, and independent thinking, which goes on college campuses. So we face this political and authoritarian moment, and I wanted to add one thing. The greatest threat in an authoritarian moment is not specific actions, it's self-censorship. It's the actions that people take without being seen. There's a second challenge that we face, which I don't think has been discussed enough, which is the neoliberal challenge, which I think dovetails with that, which is the emphasis on career outcomes in universities, the de-emphasis, in fact, dismantling of social science and humanities departments, which are being done in part by institutions themselves, also speaks to a challenge that we face right now and the academic freedoms that Magna Charta represents. And then finally, I think it's important to note that there are also internal challenges to universities. The universities don't get off scot-free here, right? And American universities in particular don't get off scot-free. I don't think it's fair to say, I will say this, I have often said abroad that the United States doesn't do many things well, but it does do higher education well. And yet, it was not without difficulty and without justifying the actions of the current administration. I think as we move forward, we also have to be critical and a bit self-critical of what we have done. So let me just give you some examples. I think we have often been had overly narrow conceptions of what universities do and who is produced. During the COVID era, I spoke to an elite Ivy League institution, so Bard College, it's 2,000 people north of, 2 hours north of New York City, and we run these things called early colleges. And early colleges provide a free 2-year associate's degree, that's the first 2 year of colleges, to public schools in inner cities. And I called up this institution to say, okay, it's COVID. Your graduates are begging you for support. In fact, at this institution, graduate students in the humanities and social sciences asked for a $150 million bailout. And I said, well, rather than bailing them out, why don't you have them join us and teach these young people in inner cities? And the response was, well, we think it would damage our doctoral candidates' opportunities to get jobs at Research One institutions. All right, that's moral bankruptcy, which is what we're defending right now. And what we do as academics are not just within the walls of traditional universities now. We at Bard, we work in these early colleges, 10 in 6 major cities. We have the largest degree-granting prison education program of its kind, because incarcerated students are students also, right? And we work abroad in places like Palestine, which other American institutions wouldn't touch. And we think that's really important. I've had the opportunity to speak at the Global Refugee Forum about the importance of education for displaced students, and the UNHCR's goals of 15% of refugees being enrolled in higher education institutions by 2020. And I'm often asking, well, why are we there? Why isn't it institutions which have endowments 50 times ours, including European institutions, North American institutions? I think American institutions often, for all the talk of global cooperation, have often been more extractive than they have been cooperative. True cooperation is based on mutuality and reciprocity. And setting up an American unit in another country does not mean you're engaging people in necessarily meaningful ways or in ways which enrich the local communities. And while obviously, because I do international education, I'm a huge advocate of global partnerships, I think they have to be done in a way which respects both sides of partnerships, or all of the sides of partnerships. And I think some of the American institutions have not done that as well as they can. 2 more things. One of them is, I think that we have emphasized, universities have fallen into the trap of emphasizing too much the neoliberal, the employment outcomes, rather than the civic, and Lynn spoke about that quite persuasively. And then finally, before I get to a couple of more points about Magna Charta, I wanted to say we also need to recognize that the United States has its own other authoritarian history, which are called historically black colleges and universities. which lived through the Jim Crow South. 3 of the stories in the book I've just done are about HBCUs and the challenges. There's a brilliant book by a colleague of mine, Jelani Favors, who used to work at North Carolina A&T and now works at the United Negro College Fund, which talks about the history of HBCUs and the challenges that presidents of HBCUs faced during the era when Jim Crow was being challenged, right? And what they were doing, how they navigated with state governments to maintain their institutions, balance between students who were very angry and others. Really, I had read them before, but when you're preparing to talk, you pay much more attention. So there were 2 things I wanted to draw out which might not have been touched upon as much. And I will say parenthetically here, I was so happy for the student panel that happened, and applause to the people who thought of that, because we often as academics forget about students, and in my view, students are the heart of what we do. But the 2 things that I think Magna Carta talked about that are worth underlying are, one, the civic role and responsibility of institutions, right? American institutions historically have emphasized the civic role, going back to Ben Franklin before the Revolution, Thomas Jefferson, the Truman Commission after the Second World War. They all talk about the link between higher education and democracy. And almost every American mission statement, you read Princeton's, read Stanford's, talks about that. And I think that it's really important not just for U.S. institutions to remember that, but also globally for us to remember the role universities play in shaping future citizens. It is not just employees, it is citizens of other countries, and even when people do not have formal legal citizenship, you have contributors to communities who remain important. And as we're thinking about spreading Magna Carta and its wonderful work, we should be thinking of these civic values which transcend, and I agree with Rob, we should be talking about these contributions and not simply framing them in narrow ways, talking about the ways universities contribute to their host communities as a means of justifying our existence, which is unfortunate, but should not just be justified through very narrow neoliberal terms. The other one is that I read were about from the Magna Carta was they are part of global collegial networks of scientific inquiry and scholarship, building on shared bodies of knowledge and contributing to their future development. And that's what universities are. And here I want to get back to what I was saying before. We can talk about global networks and we can talk about international partnerships, but it's really important that they're structured in such a way that they work for all of the participants, right? Our slogan in the Global Higher Education Alliance is, what can we do together that we cannot do alone? And I would say when universities are under assault, there is much that we can do together. But what we do together is much easier if we've been cooperating earlier, right? So let me give you a couple of examples. So Lynn spoke persuasively about these cooperative online international learning possibilities. Well, I'll take it a step further. When the Taliban took over Afghanistan, we were able to work with partners from the American University of Central Asia, from the Central European University, from the American University of Beirut, and from the American University of Afghanistan to get many students, including many young women, out of the country, right? Working to literally get people overland out of the country so they could continue their education. We did this because we had been working earlier as a network who believed in academic freedom. I literally had a student who said, I can't get my homework in because the Taliban is invading my city, right? And that same student now is at Yale University running a program which educates young Afghan women in English abroad using WhatsApp. Last year, with the Trump administration, when it withdrew funds from American higher educational institutions, and the one thing I would add to Brendan's talk is that American universities abroad have been deeply affected by the cuts. So the American University of Afghanistan was told, we are withdrawing your money, and not only that, but if you spend private-raised funds right now, you will never get money from us. So we stepped up then to offer our own online classes to students from the American University of Afghanistan so that they can get the credits so they could graduate from the institution. These types of networks have helped in multiple ways. We have robust activity in the sphere of civic engagement and a lot of really interesting data, I think, to show the impact of young students participating in civic engagement activities, helping people who are refugees and displaced. I simply want to conclude by saying this. It is true, and it is really important, and the many recommendations we got from Rob were really important. At its root, though, is the nature of cooperation we have. It seems from my understanding of Magna Carta and the folk involved and the presentation so far I've heard that the priorities are right. And I would simply say again, at the end of the day, what can we do together that we can't do alone? And if we think in those terms, then we will have more support for us going forward. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Jonathan, and thanks to all the panelists here. So I do want to invite questions from colleagues gathered here in the room, but so I put you on notice to think about your question. I'm just going to ask a question of my own, because it's been a really extraordinary discussion, and I want to go to Rob's point about the strategy of cutting the university off from the public, and I think everyone in different ways has underlined the fact that some sort of a gulf exists there, either created recently by political maneuvering, but it's built on something, right? It's built on a residual separateness of the universities from society at large. So my question is, I know some of the things universities have been guilty of, the whole neoliberal pressure towards career cultivation and so on. I get that. My question is really, since this is a Magna Carta conference, the notion of academic freedom and institutional autonomy is unique to these institutions. Right? There is no other part of society that claims these privileges. And it's a privilege that has to be conferred by society on these institutions. So the insight is not brilliant. It's that, well, there's something fundamental about the work universities do and the conditions under which they have to do it that is very hard to sell to the public at large. So I'm just interested in your thoughts about it, Rob. So, I mean, all the panelists, I mean, if that's the diagnosis, then what's the treatment for that? We've just, a number of us I know have been in Kigali talking about the failure of trust between society and universities as part of this, but just interested in your thoughts.
So that's an easy one for me, because I come from the human rights side, right? And so I think one of the challenges of the moment is that the concept of academic freedom derived from what would have been called a guild right, or guild privilege, and we've been trying to defend it that way, but it is fundamentally an elitist way to defend higher education that doesn't justify broad public support, broad public funds, and so forth. It just leaves it to the discretion of the sovereign whether to tolerate this space. But if you ground academic freedom in human rights, in a post-World War II world, where fundamentally democratic, rights-respecting societies need, for lack of a better word, truth, in which to make decisions that affect the well-being of a largest majority of individuals, then there is a function similar to press freedom, similar to independent judiciary, that is served by academic freedom. And so actually I would quibble a little bit that it's unique to these institutions, because I think in our lifetimes, these institutions are not the only places doing research. And bodies of knowledge are developing outside of things that are now called colleges and universities. So I think it's wherever the public is being asked to provide, wherever the expertise and skill sets and bodies of knowledge that Jonathan referred to are being built upon, then the process of exercising that is protected by academic freedom when it's being exercised in service of the public good as opposed to the state. So from where I come from, that's a relatively easy question, but I confess that there are many defenders of academic freedom that don't like when I'm saying we need to shift this from the traditional guild over to the human rights side.
That as I recall, is the Ronald Dworkin argument in favor of academic freedom. I remember him making that.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I talked a little bit about this morning in a session that, at our association, AAC&U, our mission is to advance the democratic purposes of higher education by promoting equity, innovation, and excellence in liberal education. So we believe in that inextricable link between liberal education and our nation's historic mission of educating for democracy. That's premised on the free exchange of ideas, the unfettered pursuit of the truth. And yet the truth doesn't matter in this post-truth era as much as controlling the narrative matters. And this is one of the challenges. We've assumed that evidence-based reasoning works. It doesn't right now. What does work is creating kinships with people in ways that welcome them into our lives and build bridges. So, I talked about the need to establish each and every institution in the United States as an anchor institution where we demonstrate that our success is inextricably linked to the psychological, social, educational, economic well-being of those in the communities in which we're located and those we seek to serve. And President Nancy Cantor from Hunter College has talked about taking this outside-in perspective. We have to stop telling people what we're good at and instead ask them, what are we good for? And what do you need from us? And until we do that, it doesn't matter what narrative we come up with, it won't be believed because we are distrusted, there is mistrust, and I also mentioned earlier that Michael Sandel, the Harvard philosopher, has said that the stigmatization of the poorly educated is the last acceptable prejudice in the United States. And people feel stigmatized as a result of those of us in the ivory tower, which have existed in a way that positions us as engaging in a willful disconnect from the practical matters of everyday life and the concerns of everyday people. So we need to change that, and Jonathan made this point very compellingly.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to make a quick point, but what's interesting is if you compare with, perhaps if you compare with Turkey and Hungary and some other places, you talked about the isolation of universities from the public. In other places, universities have tended to be portrayed as enemies of the state. And the difference here is the focus is mainly on, there is some, where they go for some students on the Gaza campus, they're seen as enemies of the state. But mostly the argument is more about being enemies of the people. And that's in the sense that they're not doing any public good. And therefore you have to turn that, maybe that's exactly what you say, that's what needs to be turned around. So that's maybe how it's slightly different than in more authoritarian regimes.
Well, I think we're well on our way to adopting that posture because J.D. Vance has positioned faculty as the enemy and tearing apart the fabric of American society and has said that's exactly why we need to follow Orban's lead and dismantle higher education.
But I agree entirely on the point about the narrative. What is so hard in this current age is to control the narrative, because the rise of social media has completely upended democracy and made the normal reasoned debate between political people of different political ideologies much more difficult. I think that's the challenge.
I mean, I wanted to add two things to that, if I may. First of all, what Lynn was, the civic mission of institutions includes the types of things Lynn was just talking about so eloquently. I think that's really important. It's some of our partners abroad, the contributions of the institutions there, who are in more authoritarian societies than even the United States right now, and their contributions, the visible contributions of the institutions and their students to society matter. Right? The other things I think is that, accessibility matters, and making sure that college communities and college campuses are accessible to local communities is important. I gave a talk to our Lifetime Learning Institute the other day where we mixed my class and Lifetime Learning Institute people, and I was happy because I had an audience of eager learners, and it was very helped us within the community because that matters. But accessibility also matters in terms of pathways to higher education for people who might not otherwise get that. And then when I was speaking about this case with an Ivy League institution and an inner city school, it is precisely the mobility that we have achieved through addressing people in their own communities is really marked, right? And thinking about how institutions are contributing to that and our graduates are. And then just finally, I don't want to be cliched here, but so much of academic writing is just impenetrable. And I had a long talk with a lawyer friend of mine about this yesterday. And it's just, I'm not saying there are some things which are always meant to be impenetrable, but it doesn't always have to be as impenetrable as it is. And thinking about how the public role is just recognizing the way public writing and other things, which I think was mentioned earlier, how that is fit into things like tenure processes and evaluations are really important because they reinforce the meaning behind what we're doing.
Yeah, can I just add one more thing to that? I was thinking when Kate was talking about disabilities and how we welcome people into our communities, I have a colleague, Siva Sheldon, who does work on cognitive bandwidth, and she talks about the ways in which racism, sexism, homophobia, ableism, other forms of discrimination, food and shelter insecurity actually reduce the capacity of students to learn inside and outside of the classroom. And she points out that the biggest bandwidth stealer is belonging uncertainty. And I'm thinking about the ways in which higher education is excluding people through its positioning of diversity, equity, and inclusion as antithetical to excellence and to merit, the ways in which we are reinforcing that message.
Yeah, sorry, but I mean, we educate many displaced people and refugees, and as I was pointing out to Brendan earlier today, we're very proud. In the last 2 years, we have an Afghan refugee and a Syrian refugee who won World Scholarships. And I say that to people because it's not we're working with people who are incapable or so forth. And that is where universities reframing, for example, bringing people from disadvantaged communities enhances learning. That's what faculty think. That's what many of the students think. And continuing to emphasize those types of things. And the successes, I think, are really important. And when the leading institutions, because people are snobs, I'm afraid, are not doing that, it creates a real difficulty in terms of conveying the message of the importance of higher education.
Thanks so much. Please go ahead. We have about 5 minutes for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Klaus Beiter. I'm an ambassador to the Magna Charta. I don't think there's a dispute that academic freedom is protected by human rights. That's the view of many UN organs, general comments. A problem is, however, that the US is not a party to any of the treaties. So that might be a problem. And the other thing that I wanted to say is the question whether what we are seeing in the US now really is like an abrupt different direction to what we had before, an age of neoliberalism, or whether it is actually a culmination of that. I often speak of academic freedom violations 1.0, the typical authoritarian ones, and then the commercial attack violations 2.0. For example, why did Columbia's Board of Trustees succumb so easily to the pressures of Trump? Maybe because it has become a very corporatist organ. And the other thing is US higher education is extremely expensive. I think in that respect it is almost singular in the world. A colleague of mine went to the US to study at Yale, and he almost regrets it because he must, even with funding, he must pay back for the rest of his life now. So the question is higher education maybe a bit removed from ordinary people?
Thanks very much, Ross. Olivier, you want to comment?
I have a very simple and short question, but maybe there will be no time to discuss it here, so maybe we at Magna Charta could think about other fora where to address it. And the question is based on the observation. There is a lot of soul searching happening in Europe about the situation in the US in higher education. And one question, those of us who are asking this question, one question for us is, how can we help from Europe? And we haven't quite answered it. So how can we help?
An excellent question. So perhaps with those two questions on the table, I could go to my panelists for a response.
So a couple decades ago, I did a research project on the ethical, legal, and social implications of the Human Genome Project. And it was interesting to look at what was going on in Europe with respect to the Human Genome Project in the US. In the US, all of our decisions were based on the rights to privacy and autonomy. And in Europe, they were based on human dignity and respect for persons. And that's the difference. That's why we don't sign things. Human dignity, who cares? But you're right, we do have to pay attention. We have had an unsustainable financial model of higher education in the US for decades. And now we are paying attention only because we are being forced to. Accountability, unfortunately, is being measured solely, according to the One Big Beautiful Bill that was just enacted, solely in terms of immediate employability and average income upon graduation. So that's a further commodification and reduction of the value of higher education to income. But one of the biggest strengths of American higher education is diversity of institutional types. I spent my first 2 years in college from the time I was 17 years old in community college working under CETA funds, Comprehensive Employment Training Act, where I worked 35 hours a week. The funds were reserved for those who were thought of as permanently unemployable due to extreme socioeconomic disadvantage. That helped me to be able to transfer to Mount Holyoke College and then go off to the Ivy League and get my PhD. There are opportunities, but the system is broken, as my colleague Jessica Riddell points out all the time. She's at Bishop's University in Canada. The systems are broken and they're working exactly as they were designed. We need to redesign higher education in ways that create avenues for thriving regardless of socioeconomic background.
We're at the end of time, but could I just ask to Livy's question? I think it would be a good way to end the panel. What can Europe do to help?
So I would say that Europe has been leading at the interstate level of conversations about academic freedom, autonomy, and how do we move past the simple statement of value into some kind of implementation, some kind of measurement. And while I don't know that they're talking about it yet, we need to get to legal protection, right? So my message to Europe is keep going now, but accelerate, because now is not the moment to keep going at the very deliberate pace that it is, which is years between meetings and so forth and so on. Now the message from North America is Europe is going to have to lead on protecting these values as a model for the rest of the world. And we at Scars of Risk will work to try to export it to partners in different parts. I'm sure Magna Charta will. But we need Europe to play that role, and we need Europe to accelerate, because what we have seen in North America is that surface level statements of values and reliance on convention and deference is not a good defense. We need more robust defenses, and we need them in place pretty quickly.
Thanks very much, Rob. Please join me in congratulating and thanking our panel. So just to remind you, the reception is directly below us, effectively now, I think. Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lynn. That's great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. That's excellent.
Very good.
Yeah, I feel like we could go on the road together now.
Yeah. I like doing this part. It's the email that's a drag.
Just to tell you all, I had a text from Kate, who contributed to the previous session, and she said, "Will you tell the panel I am really proud of my fellows?"
Thank you. So nice.
Oh, Robert, nice to see you. Yes. Nice to see you.
Real life.
I'm seriously considering, because I thought your message was spot on as well, and that would give you much more time as well. I'm considering offering a horrible option to you anyway, and let's do it online. But that would be too early in the morning, I think. Depends on what time your meeting is. It would be just before lunch, Swedish